Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope we are doing well after that long break. We are going to be heading back into some Counter-Strike actions, back with the CCT and the Swish stage, but this is the final game here of everyone's first kind of games here in the series. Obviously, it is ex-Preasy versus Zero Tenacity. We had a little bit of time to talk about the game, but now we've got even more. But Charlie, what are you thinking heading into this best of three?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, we got to see the sort of openers of pretty much everyone's games. This is the final sort of opening fixture of this group stage, of this system. So yeah, it always does sort of set a bit of a tempo for what is to come. But this one is that final one. This one is going to be very interesting. We had a little chat in the break as sort of just who do we think is going to take it. I felt like we sort of were a bit up in the air. I don't think there's directly anyone confirmed. I think we've got a few predictions, but yeah, nothing is nailed on, to say the least. But I think this is going to be similar to all the others that we've already seen. There's definitely going to be some big moments in this, and I think this is really that chance to, like I said, sort of show yourself off and make sure everyone sort of knows what you're going to be doing coming into this CCT event.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be a lot less definitive and kind of cut and dry to what we saw in that Mouse game. I think once we saw the vetoes for Mouse, I think that's where we realised, okay, well, Mouse are heavily favoured, and I think it's not going to be as similar here because I think both teams are kind of, it's not as though they've got one map that it's clear for them to take. I think it's going to be interesting, but I think before we see the vetoes, why don't we have a little bit of a look at the rosters and see which players are going to be performing here today. Obviously, I got to see Zero Tenacity in the other day. They looked really strong, and I think well, not Zero Tenacity yet, obviously this being the ex-Preasy roster, but is there anyone you want to point out in this side?
Yeah, I do think there are a couple of players. I mean, we spoke about it sort of just at the end of the last game. Refresh has to be someone we have to speak about, similar to Borup as well. I mean, there's a lot of players here who have been in that tier 1 scene, pretty much the whole roster, to be fair. And I do think players like Refresh, he was very hyped up many years ago now. It's been quite a while. He's been around the block. And he's definitely not a newbie anymore. I mean, he's been around pretty much for as long as I've been sort of watching CS, so it's been a good 8 years or so now.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
We still feel like he's got a bit to prove. He's definitely nowhere near past his prime, but this is where we want to see a player like Refresh sort of step up, not necessarily as the leader, but as a bit more of a leadership figure in that team. Borup as well. I mean, we all know he can be very strong individually as a player. He's going to need to be a player on this roster who I think is going to need to do a similar thing here and really do just step up with those rifles, with those impact rounds, because he can be a very clutch player.
Yeah, and I think something we've got to mention about both these rosters, I feel like, obviously, these players, they play with each other for quite some time now, the core since around July, I want to say. So it's not to say that they haven't synergized well, they have got that time to work well as a unit, but for Zero Tenacity, I feel like it's just far stronger. you know, this CT roster, they've been playing, you know, the core for 2.5 years, the rest of the team for, you know, a year and a half. So it's a much more solidified team in what their kind of roles are and what their identity is as a team. So I think that's something that is going to favour them. But yeah, I feel like we mentioned Brute Monster, definitely someone to talk about for Zero Tenacity. I feel like is always that real kind of hype player that will just have those crazy moments. And not to take away from the rest of them, because everyone has their kind of magic moments, as I said before, on this Zero Tenacity roster. I feel like Namana really stepped up in the series that I got to see a couple days back now. So I feel like Namana can be quite key as well.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point that you raised earlier, sort of about Zero Tenacity being a team that have been together for a very long time now. But you sort of look at it in terms of the ex-Preasy side aren't exactly new to each other, are they? They have been around for a decent bit of time. But it's sort of, what is it? What's the storyline we're going to build for this? Is it going to be Zero Tenacity, obviously the side that have been together for about 2.5 years, or is it going to be the ex-Preasy side, where the guys have played a lot more, at least at sort of the tier 1 level, a lot more consistently than a side like Zero Tenacity?
Yeah, I think it is going to be interesting. I feel like maybe it could come with the kind of the strengths of individuals and the experience they've got, because I feel like there is still a bit of a gap. It's not as though, you know, this ex-Preasy side, this is their, you know, second game ever playing together, and they need to kind of re-synergize. And yes, they've got ability, but not really that kind of core strengths within as a team. So I feel like maybe, you know, we said that it was a little bit of 50-50, but maybe I'm leaning a little bit more towards ex-Preasy, because when you actually think about it, they have had a lot of time. They have had that time, and when you kind of take the abilities on that side, I think maybe they are favoured. But I think the vetoes are going to be an interesting factor, and I think, you know, I think we have them here to see. Any maps that you're pointing out and you're thinking we are going to be seeing here?
See, I do think in terms of the maps, I do think we have to potentially look at something like Inferno from a team like ex-Preasy. I wouldn't be surprised if something like that is going to be coming out. They have a very, very strong win rate on the map, and we do see the Anubis pick from Zero Tenacity. But yeah,
Zero Tenacity.
I think just the ex-Preasy side on Inferno are very, very strong, and I do think you mentioned there isn't that big a separation. I mean, there we have it. Yeah, we do have the Inferno pick. You said there's not going to be a sort of similar veto to what we saw in the last series, where it did feel like there were some teams, one of the teams were just better on this map, quite clearly. I do feel like this is the only map where I can really say, yeah, there's a big difference.
Yeah, actually, you know, with Ancient being the insta-ban for Zero Tenacity, their weakest map that they play is Inferno. So I guess, yeah, I think maybe it's you know, pretty similar in that regard, talking about Mouse and Vertigo, because it's not to say that Zero Tenacity can't take Inferno, and with it being a map like Inferno that has been in the pool and kind of every team's go-to for quite some time, it's not as though it's any team's insta-ban. I can't remember the last time Inferno was removed from a vetoes right at the get-go. So I feel like every team,
yeah, they definitely don't shy away from the map. It's not something where they're a bit paranoid to play it, or they're not really confident in it. They are certainly ready to play a map like that.
Yeah, but less about Inferno, all going to be about Anubis as we are heading into the action now.
I think Anubis as well, Fred, is going to be a very exciting one for us to see. It's a map that we have actually seen Zero Tenacity play quite a decent amount of. It's a map that, in terms of you look at them, 19 games they played on it in the last 3 months. It is something they are happy to play.
They showed a lot of signs of life on it. You know, their last Anubis game, I believe, being I want to say a 13-5 victory against Ruby. I think it was Ruby. So just goes to show that Anubis, a really, really strong map for them. So yeah, into the action now. A little bit premature from me, but we're here, and I'm very, very interested to see who is going to take Anubis, because Preasy, they're not too scared of it. They're not too weak on it. I think the difference is that sample size. I think that's going to be the difference in and the favour for Zero Tenacity. But ex-Preasy going to be starting on the CT side. We do see Refresh getting a little bit aggressive, and Brute Monster, oh, he's so close to being spotted. And
I mean, right now it's looking like a good start from ex-Preasy, the push initially, and it was just like that. Very good start from ex-Preasy. They do take that. Refresh actually with 3 kills there. We saw him take the kill on Brute Monster, drop down. I mean, so fast behind. Really bold call from Refresh, but he knew exactly what he was doing. Sneaks in behind, takes a few frags, and gives ex-Preasy their first victory hit on Anubis. But like you said, I think it's a really good point to make. The main difference between these guys on Anubis, in terms of statistics at least, is that sample size. We haven't seen ex-Preasy play a crazy amount of it. They are happy to play it. They're happy to slide it in these vetoes. It's just a map that we haven't seen them sort of delve into too much. We've only seen them play it 3 times. They've only won it once. So we don't have loads to go off of. But if they can have a good start, if they can build some confidence in their individuals, which we know their individuals can be very, very strong, that could potentially be their chance to see if they can try to take their opponent's map pick. And I've got a bit of a question for you, Fred. Do you think if ex-Preasy can take this, they might find themselves looking at that 2-0 victory?
Yeah, I think it's a tough question, because I think Zero Tenacity, although, you know, not the favourite regarding, I want to say just ability-wise, because the ex-Preasy guys have played at a higher level, but Zero Tenacity not only has a team played together for quite some time, but they've been around this like tier 2 scene for quite a while, and it's not to say that when they do go down and lose their own map that they're out of it. And I think the one saving grace is the fact that it is Inferno. It is a map that every team's quite comfortable on. It's kind of well, it used to be the king of the third maps, but selected in the second here. So I think Inferno's not going to be a map that Zero Tenacity have no chance on, and they've played it quite a lot recently as well. So they're going to be fresh on it. They're going to be ready to play it. I think ex-Preasy obviously will be coming into with not only confidence, but they've got that buffer by taking map 1. But there's just so many hypotheticals that I'm reading into. Zero Tenacity could quite comfortably take this one.
We have actually had a bit of a head-to-head between these guys a couple of weeks ago, and interestingly, the maps were Anubis first map with Inferno as the second map. ex-Preasy did take them both to 0. So is that a bit of a foreshadowing? Are we going to see a similar sort of turn of events, or are Zero Tenacity going to bounce back from their last encounter?
Yeah, I feel like it's all dependent on the individuals. I think whoever really can step up, currently Refresh 6-0, getting 3 in the pistol, 3 in the last. I feel like if the individuals for ex-Preasy can just step up and kind of show what the successes of playing in that tier 1 has given them, then yeah, I think Preasy could kind of repeat the result of their last encounter. But it looks as though it's going to be this B crunch. Great kill from Simka. Doubles down as well. Very key there, but with Nico in the back lines, we'll find Amana and just instantly backs away. Low HP, Brute Monster progress through B main, and as the smoke fades, simple double for Brute Monster. And ex-Preasy, although started the game quite nicely, with this bonus round, not really found much whatsoever.
It looked like a really great play from the Danish side, actually pushing their way through A, but just somehow Simka finding 2 players there, and it takes the third and final one to get the trade. Yeah, I mean, that's really, really strong stuff from him.
I think the difference is as well, if Nico was full HP, didn't really take any damage initially, I think there's a world that he stays, continues to swing, and it seemed that like they all lined up. It could have been brilliant, but I think the fact Nico was chipped away at, just had to back away and put a lot of faith in his teammates on the back of the B-bomb site, but not expecting Brute Monster tucked away there, and that's what you get for it. Zero Tenacity, first round on the board on the C side. Going to be happy with that one, keeping many players alive, so the finances on the rise. But sadly, with just the one survivor for ex-Preasy, money is going to be at an all-time low. Borup potentially going to be on a FAMAS, maybe even an MP9 utility, not looking great at all. So far, only 5 pieces invested. And Borup gone for M4 and Kevlar. It's looking at it's
5 pieces.
It's looking like a buy from an MM game, to be honest. Just everyone opts in for weaponry.
So sort of everyone, I want an M4.
Yeah.
Who needs armor?
Yeah, pretty much. It's giving off those vibes, because not only on the CT side where Preasy are going to be wanting to take some space, the fact they've got no util, we're going to have to see them take some or make some risky plays, and here it is.
I mean, we mentioned individuals. If there isn't a sort of more individual call than this, I don't know what is. This is very much reliant on the aim, your individual prowess. So we're going to get to see how ex-Preasy do it, as right now only one Molotov remains, and that's quickly being used up.
Yeah, the presence shown towards middle. Refresh going to be rotating off, and with 3 players looking to set their sights towards A main. Ooh, Simka not only gives his life away, but gives the avenue to wrap through water. And as this time's ticked away, Refresh realizes mid, that's not anyone's game, but will fall. Christu rotates in. Nice trade from AVN. 3-on-3 hit. Limited util on both sides. Namana on such a late lurk, though. Going to catch off the flanker. Just going to push through. No need to wrap into camera. And TMB waiting for it. But another great round from Zero Tenacity. And I'll be honest, it has to come through the fact of the lack of utility from ex-Preasy.
It just didn't really have anything to delay any of these pushes. It was we saw obviously ZT towards the B site get the first kill. We see the trade, but we couldn't see any molly sort of thrown down, anything to sort of split those pushes or anything to just delay the initial push at all. So it was all about those gunfights, and when you're the one to lose that initial kill, it only makes it even tougher. TMB under so much pressure, does find one, won't get anything else.
Yeah, Namana was just slowly creeping forward, shifting, and then AVN makes loads of noise. And I think Namana's gone, well, you baited out my position, you're swinging first. Because it seemed like Namana was just creeping, had a slight inkling about DMB. But yeah, I think you mentioned it perfectly. The lack of delaying and utility, no flashes to retake. It's not really what you kind of expect of a team that have played at such a high level. You know, if it was an emerging tier 3 jumping into tier 2, I'd kind of expect, okay, yeah, they might make the mistake of just bringing out rifles, but only 5 pieces of util on a quote-unquote full buy really isn't what you want to be seeing.
I mean, you respect the confidence. I don't know if it was the greatest call. Didn't work out, but I mean, that's sort of how it goes, isn't it? If it doesn't work out, we say it's a bit foolish, but if it does, you praise the individuals and say what a good risk it was.
I think as well the big snag that keeps, you know, I keep bumping up against about that call is Anubis is a map that you can utilize the MP9 so well. Whether you're playing towards electric, whether you're kind of getting deep within main, you can even play towards doors and middle. It seems as though on kind of every avenue around the map that there's utilization for an SMG. And even the FAMAS, you know, the pros can use the FAMAS to a high level as well. It's not as though with the M4 that's the only weapon they can use. So it really makes you question.
It is a nice little dink there. You will eventually see Bora rejoining his teammates. It is a 4-on-2 now. Things have quickly fallen apart. TMB's being spotted, and it is all on Borup and his AK.
That was Borup's nade. He's just got his teammate killed. That is rough.
Yeah, that feels... It looked like a great play until you realise it was from his teammate.
Well, no, because obviously Borup's nade in the smoke to try and catch the players crossing, but I don't think he realised, you know what, let's just sell my teammate out.
Hopefully I can get a kill. It's only a USP he's got. Borup's under a lot of pressure here. Gonna need to be a very strong hold. All the T's are wanting him. Actually does have an avenue to sneak back into the B side, but no time on the clock anyway. Borup, I think your time is limited. Let's find one. Even more players to try to take you out, but Namana finds the headshot, and Zero Tenacity take another and take Borup with them.
Yeah, I think Refreshed as well to get a pick. Kind of expected Borup to be in it a little bit more. I think that's a risky run when you kind of playing towards CT. I think if Borup was in middle and just instantly rotates towards Temple, the USPs can act as a real distraction for the AK. But Zero Tenacity, they take the lead now. With this being their map selection, we are expecting them, or they're hoping to find successes here in map number 1. And then at least they can have a chance of getting to nuke. But not too sure.
That's the thing, when you've got like that hero AWP, you can very easily go for a deep aggressive peek somewhere, send a USP in first, back away, rotate elsewhere. With the rifle, you've got to be a little bit more hesitant. If you go for something, it's very easy just for you to get shut down. Just lose one sort of aim duel and yeah, that's it. That's the rifle gone. But Zero Tenacity are in the lead here. Obviously, we are expecting them to be pretty strong on this. It is their map pick for a reason.
Yeah, and obviously them take it, if they can take map 1, there is, you know, a real possibility that they can close this out 2-0. That's something that I feel like we've both maybe written off a little, but it's not out of the realms of possibility. Borup does a great job to find 2 there, though, and it kind of forces the hand. They have to head A. Kyofo does a good job there, not only to find 2, but avenge his teammate. And although disadvantaged, can get the bomb down here.
Oh,
in fact,
Mana.
He's heard the steps. This could be brilliant. Spots the first. Oh,
no.
Takes the shot. He gets all the information, and that's where you really question Namana. You made the play perfectly. We'll still find 1. It's the low HP Borup to try and clutch this out. Finds another, though. On for the 4K. Just needs the best. Kyofo.
Neither player particularly healthy. Just a flashbang on Borup. He would have loved his teammate's Molotov.
Yeah, Kit as well would have been huge.
No way does he stick this. The full 10 seconds. This is so bold. The swing from Kyofo, though, not falling for it. Takes down Borup and wins the round. 3K from him as well.
Yeah, it was kind of a real thank God moment that Zero Tenacity won that, because realistically, Namana, it was a perfect play. Just tuck yourself away, you hear the steps, but takes the pot shot, and you kind of would understand it if he just had a deagle and needed to like get the pick, or if he was holding with an AWP, but with an AK there, it's such a tight angle to find that kill, makes it near impossible. Justifies it by finding the first, but I think Zero Tenacity may be feeling the pressure here.
I mean, whatever pressure they are feeling, they are managing it, as that is 4 in a row from them. And a good start chipping Borup down to 23 HP, forcing them obviously onto this partial investment.
Well, an expected 5th as well. Refresh with the smoke here, just jiggling, awaiting. Util coming over now. Refresh will drop the smoke, tries to get behind it, but
smoke to drop. He drops it really late, and you can see it's very awkward. Doesn't want to stay hanging around for too long, so it's a bit of a haphazarded smoke.
Yeah, tries to cross the back of the bomb site. Although a risky play, I'd agree with the right one. Playing behind the smoke on the left-hand side, just going to get spammed away at. But Simka securing another. Kyofo's main intention just to keep himself alive, keep the finances on the rise. We have got a little bit of a hunt coming through from, I believe, Namana.
Yeah, I think Nico's time is going to be limited. He would love to see if he could do a little bit of damage before he does go down. Has been spotted out, can't find the headshot. So that's all 5 surviving. You can already see the money for Zero Tenacity is starting to grow. And that's going to be so impactful for them. If they can really manage their finances, keep ex-Preasy onto these weaker investments non-stop, they can have a very good half.
I think as well, something that we saw a little bit in the previous series is the real struggle to bring out the AWP. Both Burmilove and JW, it seemed as though, especially for JW, the rounds that he was on it was just quite limiting, had to play quite passively. And I feel like Zero Tenacity, if they can keep their finances as strong as possible, we're going to be seeing that AWP out as much as possible. But speaking of the big green, Christu wielding it in this one, and Christu finding the opener onto Brute Monster.
Yeah, instantly, he wanted the AWP. Both AWPers having it, and we instantly see the AWP duel. Christu does take this one though. And now Zero Tenacity going to have to play this one disadvantaged.
Yeah, from the back foot against the AWP, not going to be easy. As we can just see a bit of a stack, and that's exactly what we have seen. The AWP manoeuvred its way to Electric.
Oh, this is really risky. Simka still burning slightly, but barely taking any damage. TMB wants a peek, misses the shot, goes back for seconds. The flashbang is still up. No swing from Simka, has his nade out.
TMB has to hit the shot, but missed. Fairly simple for Simka. Nice play, but Borup on the backside doing well to delay the aggressors from main, and Simka attempting to progress, but a smoke in his way, so can't creep out yet. Namana tapping away through the smoke, trying to find something, but it's given time for the CT to rotate in. Simka clearing, Simka finding 2-on-2 now, but both players chipped away at, and Namana very low, tapping through the smoke, and Namana finds 2 HP. All it's needed is 1 bullet, and Nico will secure it. So ex-Preasy finally shut down the streak from Zero Tenacity, but a close one it came to.
Yeah, that wasn't a favoured situation for ZT at all there. Namana was so low. I mean, you look at this, we do see Simka get the kill onto Timmy. 3v2. Simka does great, even considering his teammate is so low. This was an excellent fight for Namana, and if there is a player who wins these sort of clutches, it certainly is him.
Yeah, I think as well, it's unfortunate for Simka to fall to the second player towards Temple. Namana did such a good job to find a pick through the smoke, and the fact his teammate dies there, just a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, obviously, you're never going to like be able to tell your teammate, right, I'm going to quickly get this kill through the smoke. But if he could, and you just have Simka playing Tuck, I think they take that round. Sadly, not to be dominant looking starter here from ex-Preasy, though. Great early picks that we did end up seeing, and once again Simka's in a 2vx, this time joined by AVN.
Yeah, TMB has opted for an SMG here. Ooh, very low HP. We have got a smoke grenade coming towards the B rotate. Oh, the setup here towards A is incredible though, and Simka feels the full force of that. And it's AVN, 1 versus 4. The bomb can be retrieved, so not impossible, but certainly not going to be an easy one. And they're going to be progressing through A main. Doesn't really matter though. Christu finds first 2 openers for ex-Preasy were the kind of the nade through the smoke combination, and it's worked out nicely for them, and it was in fact the tease nade there. But Christu's pick here, in fact, both of them were tease nades. Ex-Preasy, they were just giving a gift.
I love
there.
the aggression there from Christu. It's not exactly the easiest place to be in, especially if there's anyone else around, really, anyone towards mid, anyone there for the trade. You're very exposed, but it's a risky call to make, but Christu confident in his abilities and does get rewarded.
We saw 5 rounds in a row for Zero Tenacity, and now it's going to be level playing field as ex-Preasy playing against some pistols. Already found the 2 openers. And Christu.
It looks like it could be quite a quick one. Another player spotted here, that'd be Namana. Just with the Glock, I mean, if you win this fight, you are something else. And he does! Namana takes down Borup.
Hopefully.
Simka does fall.
But I'm not going to be too happy about that one. Certainly a round to forget. Nico will eliminate though. AKs can be saved. But back level. And I like how Christy's playing. You mentioned he likes the aggressive mantle, going for these quick peeks. We kind of saw the hold hit towards CT, but it seems as though Christy just spinning the wheel on his position and taking a bit of an aggressive fight, and it's worked out nicely. We saw it towards A main 3 rounds prior, towards Electric in the last, and I like it. I think it's keeping Zero Tenacity guessing, and without Brute Monster on the AWP, it's going to be difficult to battle against the AWP of Christy.
That's something you can do as an AWPer. If you can just go for a number of different peaks in a number of different areas around the map, and eventually you will just condition the other team just to, okay, we're just going to hold. We hold for the first 20 seconds of the round. And that just gives you so much time to take space and control elsewhere. Yeah, Christy is having an excellent job at it. Nico having a bit of a look towards mid. Here's the nade pull. Should get 2. AVN just pulls out his AK in time and finds the instant headshot.
Yeah, necessary from AVN. It is going to be this B play now and refresh. Alert to it has just dropped the smoke. AVN. Nice pick there, finding TMB. Borup will eliminate. Christu's dropping into the bomb site, and there's still a minute on the clock. So Zero Tenacity, they don't have to force their way onto A. But it does seem that is going to be their goal. Christu, ooh, just gets the tag and jumping up. Not too sure as to why. Getting found, and Simka, great entry onto refresh. I really don't know. Is that a panic jump? I have no clue as to what. It
feels like he wanted to get information, but it's like, against 3 players, you can't be doing that at this level. People are just going to hit that shot. People are just going to take you down.
And it's not as though it's kind of like back dice on overpass. There's a fair gap. You know, you can take him down with body shots, really.
Yeah, the issue is, it's even if you die at the back of the site, you can just delay and take so much pressure away from Refresh, who is rotating in. Yeah, it is interesting as to why it happened. I do think it probably was for information, and it's probably one of those things that you do, and as soon as you do it, you realise, wait, this was not dumb. This was not the right not the right decision to make. Room wants to hear though with the AWP. Holding the mid peak. Not finding it though. Simka a bit too quick for him there.
Simka's been so clinical recently. Currently 14 and 8. Top of the charts of the whole server.
Yeah, someone we didn't actually mention in the pre-game. Mentioned obviously Namana and Brute Monster. Obviously Simka.
And it's Simka and Kyofa. They're the 2 top performers currently.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of individuals, but every time, I mean, obviously we've watched this Zero Tenacity team for years now. It does feel like, although you could obviously have your general stars in a team, it always did feel like this was a team where the stars kind of just depend on who's playing better on the day. It doesn't feel like there's such a rigid role. It feels like everyone has the possibility to be that.
Ooh, ex-Preasy. They've gone for a bit of a read. They've decided that A is the intended goal, but no, it is going to be the B bomb site. And as the smokes come through, Christu needing to find something. This is going to be so tough for Christu. There are going to be these quick rotations here. Flashbang. Oh, perfectly timed swing from Kyofo. AVN's flash. Oh, but TMB peeking into the flash will find Kyofo before the flash pops. And a 3v3, and the bomb's not down yet. A lot of space taken towards Electric. TMB spotted one. Will eliminate. And this round's gone very wrong there. Great retake from ex-Preasy.
Yeah, I mean, TMB, knowing that I can't let them have full control of this Electric area. I've got to push in. Sees the flash. Doesn't question it and just peeks in front of it. Wants to get that frag. I mean, this was huge. This was massive because they also stopped the bomb plant.
Yeah. Really, really key. 6-6 though. Nice and even on the switch. Pistol round's going to be very
as
important.
Close as it gets, Fred. As close as we get here.
Do you know what? Something that's really scary though. Obviously, the Brute Monster going to be a little bit more favoured, a little bit more comfortable on the CT side with the AWP. But Brute Monster's a player that kind of is usually the star for Zero Tenacity. And the fact that Brute Monster's still a little bit in the dark here, and it's a 6-6 scoreline. It just goes to show how scary this can be for ex-Preasy, because Brute Monster gets on the AWP, finds a couple kills, gets that confidence. That's where things could go a little bit wrong.
I do have an interesting stat for you here, Fred. In the last sort of game that these two played against each other just a week ago, or a couple of weeks ago, sorry. In total, between both teams, there was 5 CT rounds.
Oh, really?
Yep. So clearly the T sides of where it's been strong, but Borup, oh, they're all so crunched on. This has to be a Preasy round. That was excellent. Just the positioning from Borup alone, and Refresh surely will find Brute Monster. Dominant start there. I didn't want to say anything, but Preasy's the last sort of T side that they played, they won 10 rounds. 10-2 half. Is what ex-Preasy got last time.
Things are looking a little bit scary now. I think Zero Tenacity, it's their map selection. We touched up on the fact that a 2-0 could be coming through, but Zero Tenacity, you know, it's not to say that their players aren't stepping up. Simka, time and time again, these entries on the T side were brilliant, but maybe it's just kind of the lack of kills that we're seeing from the likes of Brute Monster and AVN.
I mean, right now the game can't really be much closer. Very neck and neck. It's almost like everything one of ZT's players can do, ex-Preasy's can do just as well.
TMB, hungry for some ecos, and let him have it.
Yeah, no sort of SMGs in play, so it doesn't really matter. Nice 4K there from TMB, so he's going to have a decent bit of kill reward given from that. But I certainly don't mean by any stretch of the imagination that this game can't be sort of won by Zero Tenacity. I just do think it's interesting that sort of both teams in the last time they played very much struggled to get any rounds on their CT side.
Yeah, I think as well, the fact that this is a key investment from Zero Tenacity because it's going to shut down ex-Preasy success. It's going to give them, you know, 7 and deny ex-Preasy potentially finding double digits. And it's just another round that Brute Monster doesn't have the AWP. And I feel like Brute Monster has to get the AWP out in this next gun round. Otherwise, things are going to be a little tough and potentially a little slow for Zero Tenacity.
You're definitely a player that you do want to see on his specialist weapon, and it has felt like he just hasn't really had that chance to get it out that much.
And even with the AWP in play, we mentioned it was Brute Monster holding with the AWP, but Simka still found that window kill. You know, it's showing that the rifles are really successful on that T side, but now it's the switch. Could be something different. Utah coming over towards A, ex-Preasy with a minute on the clock. The bomb is over here. Borup quite happy to stand within the flames with another molly coming their way. They are going to make steps back towards the B-bomb site.
50 seconds on the clock here. Not much util left for Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, the problem...
They aren't going to really be able to hold any sort of push off particularly easily. TMB could spearhead this attack for Electric. There's one of the mollies gone. Only a flashbang remaining.
They're heading into A. Kyofo's stuck on the back of the bomb site. Does a good job, not only finding one, but dealing damage. Sadly for Brute Monster, Borup with a quick kill there, and TMB just on this lurk. Oh, Zingas. Sorry, fella. TMB's ready and waiting.
Still health-wise, there is a real chance Zero Tenacity can take this. Namana does find one, gets found. The flashbang's so good to delay AVN here.
Yeah, brilliant from TMB. Allows time to rotate in, but TMB's the one to fall first. And oh, AVN, a brilliant clutch. Enough time to defuse. And you really question as to why TMB swinging there. TMB can just hold heaven from close towards the left-hand side.
For him.
Yeah, I really don't know what the reasoning for that is. I guess teammate is stuck. Nico is trapped on the bomb site, but you know, Nico can just hold the swing for the left-hand side if they decide to go
surely
heaven.
that just means swing off of Nico.
Yeah.
Play off of him. You just gave sort of two isolated 1v1s there. And Nico, obviously AVN knew he was trapped in that bomb site, knew he wasn't particularly healthy. Yeah, it does feel like TMB could have played with a little bit more patience there, even just playing for the bomb. Even just say to Nico, I'm going to let you die here. If you win the 1v1, great. If not, I'm playing the bomb.
Yeah, brilliant clutch though. You can't take it away from AVN. Even though TMB does a good job to delay, to deny, it seemed as though they played the kind of the tough part of the clutch perfectly, and then when it got easy, that's where things went a little wrong.
I mean, AVN hasn't had many kills this game, so getting two in a round like that is very, very important. He might get another hit. Timing is brutal. The nade comes in his face, and he just turns away as Refresh tries to push the smoke.
Yeah, we've got Christie ready and waiting. Simple shot. Takes down AVN. Could do it again, as it seems. Well, never mind.
Ooh.
Namana wanted to peek in towards Electric, but Nico denies it through the smoke, and we're looking at a 2v5 without a single point of damage taken from ex-Preasy. Brute Monster trying to dance around the pillar. So many players close by, and the spray through the smoke eventually connects. Bomb goes down, and Kyofo 1v5.
Surely not another kill through the smoke. They may as well have not. They just may as well play with their monitors off.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
That was incredible. Just the kills through the smokes, non-stop. Christu, the only person who wanted our vision. I'll be honest. I'll be very. Christu with the AWP it hasn't done anything flashy.
Just fairly
but
simple.
He's just, good positioning, found some great kills to give his team advantages, just held for an early peak, got the early kill, made sure no trade was possible, and then just did a similar thing towards Electric. Yeah, I've been impressed with it. It's nothing flashy, but it's doing what he needs to do. Feels like that's the Danish AWP way.
Yeah,
really,
I was just
the footsteps of Device.
Literally going to give that comparison. I feel like there's either the kind of the flashy going for, I guess you could say, the Munisy style of an AWP, where you're getting right in the face, you're hitting those quick shots, and then there's just simple play, just playing the number. You know what? I'm just gonna hold this angle. I know they have to peak.
if we're doing it like sort of the Device.
Oh yeah, obviously.
As the father of Danish AWPers, I feel like maybe like Kenny S could be the bit more flashy style. Munissy's still a bit young. Not saying he doesn't have the talent, obviously. But to put him in that sort of godhood legacy for now. Give it a year or so.
I'll back it.
He probably would as well, to be fair. He's got the talent to back it up. Push here through towards B, though. It is just these USPs.
That's double digits for ex-Preasy now, Charlie. Things are getting a little scary. And
yeah, it feels like we're going to see Chris. I mean, look at Chris. Oh, he has just backed away, actually. So these CTs can get deep. It's TMB to spot it. They're going to be aware that they're all towards mid. TMB does not shy away, though. So many players low. Can't finish them off. Nico's going to do that instead. One kill on the eco. You'd like a bit more. You can't really complain, though. It is just the USPs. Invested absolutely nothing in. But like you said, Fred, it is double digits. ex-Preasy are creeping closer and closer to that all-important 13. And like I mentioned, last time these two faced off, we did see ex-Preasy fighting 10 rounds on their T side.
Yeah, I think something that, once again, not to kind of bring it up so frequently, but it's another round. Brute Monster without an AWP. Brute Monster currently 4-12, which is just a painful sight to see, because
But he can be so strong as an AWP. He sort of is a bit different to Christu. He wants to go for those flashy plays a lot of the time, and he's got the ability to do them. Brute Monster will get the trade here. Not expected. We'll have to drop the smoke grenade. I thought he might actually get spammed out there. Might go for a bit of a spam himself.
Yeah, problem is he's in such an isolated position. Rotations will come through, but they are so aware of Brute Monster. You sure these smokes are actually registered on the side of ex-Preasy? Because it really doesn't seem as such.
Yeah, I think
The amount
he's just got that awareness.
Yeah, it's incredible.
It's like the old Astralis where they used to just get pretty much half their kills through smokes. Maybe ex-Preasy trying to take on that mantle now.
But it's even easier now. So a little bit less impressive to back in the day.
Well, the Astralis were sort of exploiting that weird mechanic that we used to have in CS, where you could see people on the minimap before in person. So I think it's fair game. It's fair game. Good trades though. A couple of players low on each side.
Yes,
Nico and Simka both very much hanging on. Simka still have an impact, delaying for these rotations, but he's gonna have to take a fight sooner or later. Comes out on top again, bobbing and weaving through the back of the site, and timing's exceptional. Simka, when Tenacity needed him most, he steps up on the B bomb site.
He's 17 HP and he's been allowed to isolate 3 1v1s.
And win them all though.
Yeah, it's incredible. And
I mean, this second one is huge.
yeah, Borup's going to be disappointed. I think the crouch under Borup shots made things a little bit unfortunate. But Tenacity, that's a great bounce back round. We finally see Brute Monster on the AWP. Finances for the likes of ex-Preasy slowly being whittled away. And Tenacity, the door is ajar here for Anubis. Just whether they can break it down and take it.
Brute Monster on this one isn't going to be going for anything too crazily aggressive.
It's his first round with the AWP, Charlie. He wants to make sure he at least gets
Yeah,
gets
I'm just a bit
shot.
paranoid because in the first half, obviously, we saw him peek towards A, straight into Christu, got taken down instantly. So I'm hoping at least we can see him on it for a little bit longer.
Really, though, a fair bit of chip damage dealt with the HEs. Namana does a good job not only to find Nico, but to escape the AWP of Christu. And that's the opener going the way of Tenacity. Christu still posted up here, ready for a rotating player through camera, but no one coming as of yet.
Yeah, 1 minute on the clock and the T's are all very isolated. No real possibility for a trade anywhere. Borup falls back.
I think that's the game plan, though. They need to find a pick. They can't really just wait around, and Borup goes for that swing, pushes through the smoke, and Brute Monster and Namana very much ready for it. Oh, refresh. Pulls out a Molotov but spots an opponent. I don't think Preasy could really struggle here, because Tenacity, I don't think they really want to be giving anything up. I do say that. AVN is giving refresh a chance, but it is Brute Monster to rip him away, and first kill in this round for Brute Monster on the AWP.
I was going to say, maybe we just see a save. And even now, I still think it wouldn't be a bad idea.
Ooh, good flash.
But they've managed to sneak their way onto the bomb site. Christu.
Rolling towards CT. This is going to be so tough. Nade through the
3
smoke.
players lined up. TMB finds one. Christu takes down the second. 1v2. Missed shot from Christu. Christu could really ruin this one. And won't get a chance for the other. Just too low there, Simka. You know he's going to hit at least one shot first.
It was a little bit unfortunate for TMB. There was 2 riflers and an AWPer going through that smoke, and I think if he took down the second rifler instead of Brute Monster on that AWP, I think there's a world where Brute Monster might miss that shot. TMB has the chance for all 3.
I mean, Christu got him anyway. I mean, that's the thing. Takes him down there regardless, and that missed shot really ruined it. Just Christu being so low. Either way, very good attempt, considering how unfavored it was. At least got that bomb down. At least sort of damaged that Tenacity economy. You can see they don't have a lot of cash in the reserve. So a bit of a partial investment here. If ex-Preasy again can make this run close, then I think at least they've got a good chance to break the economy in the next round.
Well, they've got 2 rifles, they've got a tech and a deagle. It's not to say it's impossible. And a boost like this, trying to find an opener, it can work well for them.
Yeah, we can see no Zero Tenacity players playing particularly aggressive towards mid. Aren't really interested in any of these early fights.
The problem is Namana is isolated. They can take the left-hand side and just drop the smoke, and that's where we could see a bit of a crunch through A. But TMB going to be searching with the tech, spots out Namana, and now surely we should be seeing the setup into this camera split. TMB lining up the smoke. Will land now. Flashbang to come through. Kyofo has been spotted. We'll just drop another smoke. And ex-Preasy, although taking the space, not really anywhere to go.
Looks like they wanted to back away, second guess themselves.
I like this from Zero Tenacity. They take the space towards A main, so if Preasy do decide to crunch in on the A bomb site, they've got an escape route.
One has just backed away from this position. Ree goes into it, and that's where Nico is waiting with the AK.
Yeah, Simka's got a lot of work to do here. We'll find one. AVN as well. Simka now realizing that water completely safe. It is going to be main. Where the final aggressor's coming from. But
they're all coming from the same position. The AWP is posted up. Broom Monster can't get the shot off quick enough. The chokehold that is electric. These 2 players have to emerge out. Kyofo has so much work to do as the rifler. Gonna have to be the one to go in first, but Broom Monster actually says no, let me.
Time's ticking away as well. They do have kits, they do have util, but Kyofo surely going to fall here. And TMB finding Brute Monster as well. Charlie, it was a Galil, an AK, and 2 pistols invested, and they take the round. ex-Preasy destined for success here with the finances of Zero Tenacity being in an all-time low.
I mean, I mentioned make this one close, ex-Preasy, and you've got a chance to reset them in the next. They've done one better. They made it so close they won.
Yeah, Namana falling there is devastating. I think that was the real change of pace. Not only did it give an AK to ex-Preasy, but another player falling.
But Namana was playing that really nicely towards mid, just playing it so passively that he had a room to back off and just get the information. Had a quick glance towards B. I'm not entirely sure why. I don't think maybe anyone was holding towards the main. And as soon as he re-peeked in, Nico's waiting there. His AK wins on out. Oh, and Nico again can start to farm some cash. Does get taken down. Flashbang from his own teammate blinded him.
Yeah, but it's all just Simka. Only remaining player. Finally, TMB will overtake Simka as the top fragger in the lobby. And
yeah, right. TMB's had an absolutely incredible game right now.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, he's not actually really a player that you look at as a traditional top fragger. But, I mean, what a way to sort of kick things off here in your first series here at the CCT series, Season 2. And I think it's a big statement to make, sort of very much leading by example.
Yeah, and I think as well, I think TMB is just operating with the, you know what, I'm going to try an entry, see what I can do. And you know, a lot of the times he has been entering it's against the ecos. I feel like TMB's probably, I want to say, he got at least 11 kills from eco rounds. But there it is, Christu getting aggressive, takes down Kyofo, breaks apart the A-bomb site, and just going to be holding heaven and waiting for...
Does have a teammate with him, does look like he wants to go for more.
Could be risky though. Brute Monster just tucked away towards bricks, ready for the swing. We've got a CT aggressing Namana, needs to make a bit of a hero play. This is the bomb. And Namana, not the best of sprays, but will eliminate. And now Simka going to be fighting TMB. Great shot there, instant headshot, eliminating TMB, giving them the advantage back. And Zero Tenacity, they've got a chance here. Namana just needs to keep himself alive. Drops a smoke towards stairs. Very much aware of, I believe, Refresh pushing through. And Refresh glued to the CT side. Needs to be aware that this cubby... a real possibility, but no, doesn't spot him. His teammate was in CT. The only place he could have been was the cubby. How has Namana gotten away with that?
I mean, huge round. You said Namana needed to step up in this one, and he's gone above and beyond.
And he's able to back away towards B main. It's now a 4 versus 2. With 30 seconds on the clock and very limited utility for ex-Preasy. So Zero Tenacity should secure their 10th. Going to make this one really interesting, but the finances for ex-Preasy are looking very strong. So, Zero Tenacity need to keep as many players alive.
It's going to be this A hit. I mean, if they can take these two defenders down cleanly, there's a real chance. Oh no!
Just
Spots went out. Not aware of mid ABN at the back of the site. We're safe. No crazy last round. Brewmonster looked like he was not aware for that. A bit more of himself exposed than he probably thought. Could have got caught off. But Zero Tenacity do win the round. Still, money in play for ex-Preasy.
The thing is, finance is not looking great. Just a 1.9 loss. Borup can invest. Kind of the only one. If Zero Tenacity win this and keep plenty of players alive, OT could very much be on the cards. Nice nade there.
Brewmonster went out, obviously, not on the AWP.
Still a player that's playing a little slow. It's going to be the B crunch, surely. Simka taken down. Yuto coming through, but nade! Oh! Refresh taking down Christu. Avian and Mana finally picks Brewmonster as well, getting kills. It's all on Refresh. Found by AVN. The team kill there has cost ex-Preasy the round and potentially the first map, as the finances are so poor. But that team nade, oh, devastating.
Yeah, Christu somehow managed to live the initial spray. Probably thanking his lucky stars that he's clinging on 1 HP. And then refreshes nade, fly it in. He's probably screaming, no please.
Run away. No.
Yeah, as it takes him down.
But here it is. Final round of regulation. ex-Preasy still the opportunity to close things out in regulation and take their opponent's map pick. But we've got a Tech 9 for Refresh, a Mac 10 for TMB. 3 AKs for the rest, but Christu certainly would have preferred the AWP hit. Brewmonster with said big green going to be peeking. Lovely shot there, finds TMB. And Zero Tenacity, they prime themselves to take round number 24 and head to OT as they find the opener.
Nico creeping out towards mid. Has to be ready for this angle. Namana wasn't.
Smoke dropped here. AVN has repositioned with Brewmonster falling all the way back and be going towards the B bomb site. Brewmonster, this is a great call. Sends the flash over. But it looks as though it is going to be this B play, and Nico just holding, waiting for this A aggression. Simka sends out a nade, trying to deal some damage, but Yuto's coming over now. Simka's going to be aware, repositioning. Currently the only player on the B bomb site, but we'll have some rotations. Oh, this boost could be perfect. They're so ready for it.
And they know exactly where the second player is. Nico fully blinded. Everyone is, though. Oh! This is criminal. Namana through the smoke. Nico finally regains vision. Surely not like this, Zero Tenacity.
2v4, Brewmonster and AVM both towards CT. Refresh, gonna be taking contact, spots the shadow, takes the pick, and Brewmonster falls. ex-Preasy do take their opponent's map pick, not in the nicest of ways, a little bit dicey. An interesting final round, but ex-Preasy successful, 13-11, and Zero Tenacity are gonna be disappointed with that one. Brewmonster finds the opener, they give themselves the best chance, and Christu, the awareness of that boost is impressive, and the fact he finds the pick is even better. But ex-Preasy, 13-11, they take map 1, we head to Inferno. You mentioned it, not only is it ex-Preasy's strongest, but it's Zero Tenacity's weakness, and maybe we are seeing a repeat of what we saw when they faced each other a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, it's going to be a really heartbreaking final round loss there for Zero Tenacity. They did so much. They broke the economy, forced ex-Preasy onto these weaker weapons, got the opening kill like you said, but it was just trying to stop that bomb plant before it went down. Felt like it was a little too much. They were trying a bit too much. Just sort of slow it down a bit. See if you can sort of catch something. Maybe a few spams through the smoke. Just anything like that. It just sadly did go against them on this occasion, but at the end of the day, Fred, what a thrilling first game in this series. Inferno, like you said, is up next. This is one we do look at, and there is a bit of a difference in terms of the teams' win rates on these maps. Hopefully, though, it's still going to be an interesting one, and I think it's going to have to be if there's any chance for Zero Tenacity to bring it to map 3.
Yeah, you mentioned still opportunities for ZT, but that's something we're going to be finding out after the break.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope we're doing well after the short break. But Inferno gonna be on the cards now. We saw an interesting victory. I feel like that final round had so many things to talk about. It was just completely chaotic, but ex-Preasy come out on top. They're looking to close this out 2-0. But Charlie, Inferno, any thoughts as we head into?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like you said, very, very close affair there on Anubis towards the end especially. I mean, it could have really went either way. Did go the way of ex-Preasy. What does this mean now? I don't really know. We do see the stats, and it does show that statistically, ex-Preasy are much better on Inferno. They've got an 83% win rate in 6 maps, whereas Zero Tenacity have a 38% win rate in 8 maps. So, similar map size, more wins for ex-Preasy, but it's not always that easy, is it? It's Inferno. Anything can happen.
Yeah, I think this one's going to be really tough for Zero Tenacity to win, but I think it's just one of those scenarios that, yes, it is Inferno. They are going to know the map well, and I think if Zero Tenacity can take it head to Nuke, not only with a lot of confidence, but I'd say with the backing, realistically, Nuke seemingly is a stronger map for them. So if they can get to Nuke, you know, it could be a 2-1 in their favor, but they've really got to dig deep to try and best ex-Preasy on Inferno. But I think Brute Monster was definitely the player to mention in that series, not for strengths, but clearly for not weaknesses, but just didn't really have anything to show. It was the lack of the AWP on that CT side, a bit of a lack of a CT side, because they didn't really show that much promise. And I feel like if we can see, especially on Inferno, if we can see Brute Monster being able to bring out that orb more frequently and having the successes that we've kind of seen from Brute Monster for the last 2 years, then I think Zero Tenacity might have a chance. But without Brute Monster's orb, it seemed as though the team was really lacking that kind of it factor.
Yeah, it wasn't just the fact that he wasn't having the impact that we used to, it was just the fact that he wasn't really having any impact. And there was, even in sort of games that we've seen throughout sort of these opening fixtures, even when players sort of just have a bit of an off game, they normally do have a couple of rounds here or there where it's like, okay, yeah, they're still in there, they're just sort of keeping it a little bit hidden. Brute Monster, he did feel like, due to the fact, yeah, he didn't have his AWP particularly often. When he had it, I remember the first T round, peeked straight into Christu, instantly died to his AWP. I think there's probably only about 3 rounds where he had it, and a lot of them just got taken down too easily.
Yeah, I think the real problem that Zero Tenacity faced on Anubis is we didn't have Brute Monster shining, and TMB, a player that you're not really expecting to be at the top of the charts, was absolutely lights out, was just completely dominating. And granted, yeah, a fair few of the kills were on the ecos, but it doesn't really matter. It just had the confidence, had the ability, really showing up, and it was that kind of round where he peeked into electric, peeked into the flashbang, still found the kill. And it's little moments like that where you realise, okay, maybe yeah, time and time again, TMB isn't going to be the key fragger, but had so much impact on Anubis.
I mean, you look at it like this, Fred. Simca was the only player on Zero Tenacity to be positive in terms of KD, whereas all of ex-Preasy's were at least neutral. Refresh was neutral, the rest of everyone else was positive. You got people like +8 on Nico and TMB. The 2 players on that team where you don't expect them to be the fraggers. It was a bit of a strange game in terms of the people we're normally expecting to be up on the leaderboard are significantly sort of lower down than sort of those who maybe have a few impact frags here or there, but aren't necessarily the ones who we're expecting. Normally the ones who create the space for the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think the two things you've got to talk about: 0.59 rating on Brute Monster, 43 ADR. It's not what you were expecting at all. And if Zero Tenacity want any chance to take things to Nuke, take Inferno here, Brute Monster has to be the change.
Let's see how this one goes though. Pissed around. Decoy grenade thrown up towards Banana. Interesting play. Ooh, it could
we both know.
Get unraveled here. Flashbang coming over the peaks out, but the T's are getting the trade at least. A lot of information gained from both sides though. Still, 3 players in Banana for the CT side.
It's the A play though.
Are setting their sights here. Yeah, Borup towards Apps. AVN just holding the cross. The drop down into pit. AVN under pressure now. Finds the first.
Needs to try and just delay, try and deny.
Got dinged for 8.
Yeah, AVN still around here waiting. Will find refresh as well. TMB trapped on the bomb site, needs to fight his way out, but will it be eliminated by Simca? And they're aware. The final player a little bit away, but Christu pushing through. Low HP on 1. Oh, he takes down Brute Monster, probably the hardest of all 3 to kill, but Zero Tenacity, they take the pistol, they do it nicely, and it's exactly what they need.
Yeah, massive hold from AVN there in pit. So isolated from the rest of the team, finding the first one, taking down another as well. 2 kills and delaying so much time. I mean, really important performance there from him in that pit position, because it's not easy. It's not easy to play there.
Yeah, I feel like that's where you kind of talk about the best pit players being able to do. Find a pick, isolate the kill, obviously finding Borup, and the fact he was just able to keep himself alive, because it forces the T's to either kind of take that aggression into pit, delay for the rotating players, and give the opportunity to find another pick, or the fact that he can just keep himself alive. Force Buy has come through from ex-Preasy, but the kills found by Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, very split in terms of Nico and TMB pushing through that smoke there. Neither of them did it with a flash. Neither of them done it with a teammate there to trade them. It was sort of just, let's grey screen through the smoke and I'll try to take them down.
Yeah, I think as well the fact that Namana still survives on 3 HP just going to make things really awkward. You know, Namana can just be that player to, on a retake, go in first, currently boosted up, and I feel like the boosting player generally is just going to get one. And the fact that we have no HE grenade, it's not as though they're going to send one towards CT and the mana going to fall. So, Zero Tenacity, strong setup here. Simka potentially looking to take some contact and allow Namana to do something on minimal HP. Free smoke here. The T's just going to have to wait things out. And quite luckily for ex-Preasy, Zero Tenacity aren't really taking much control towards A, but I think they're a little worried that that could be the game plan. So Molotov to come through now from Simka. Smoke towards CT on the boost, so Namana not going to be having much impact. Simka just playing around the smoke, spots out one, doing a good job to keep himself alive and somehow securing a second. Refresh, elevates up, finds two, but it's a 1 versus 3 now. Retrieves the bomb, but as it comes through, going to be denied. Brute Monster eliminating Zero Tenacity, back-to-back round success.
Didn't want to say anything, but we had to see in Refresh with 1v5 towards B previously.
Yep, yeah, probably, I want to say, the most famous round in history.
I mean, I'd be surprised if it's not. It's probably one of the most famous rounds in general towards that side of the map. It is a 2-0 start for Zero Tenacity. They do best the Force by pretty comfortably as well.
Brute Monster spots out Nico towards the left-hand side and will eliminate with ease. Mana taking a little bit of chip damage, but nothing much. Flashbang coming through. Swing as well. Christu, ooh, not only dodging the flash, but connecting the bullet onto AVN. And with the smoke going down there, Christu could potentially retrieve said M4.
Yeah, I think Zero Tenacity realised maybe we shouldn't give them too many gunfights.
Yeah, especially with Deagles in play.
You know, you never know what can happen, and there's no need to just throw away weaponry, really. It can just be too easy for sort of teams to get back into the game, back into rounds, when you just sort of throw a lot of gunfights at them.
I like the setup towards long. Namana going to just be baited in. Brute Monster taking that initial contact. Molotov to come through. Refresh. Ooh, could find Namana. Will do so. Second shot on the Deagle. Will fall to Kyofo. And it's Christu and TMB. Smoke has been dropped here by Simka. Christu attempting to push through, but not any successes there. And TMB in a similar scenario. So Zero Tenacity keep 3 players alive, all with rifles, so weapons can be dropped across, but ex-Preasy, they've got the opportunity to shut down the finances of Zero Tenacity here.
Yeah, once again, a little split from ex-Preasy pushing through that smoke.
Don't think it'd be easy even if they were going together. Simka
I mean, they did a decent amount of damage to Simka. There definitely could have been the chance to get that bomb down, but either way, weapons are fully in play now. No warp, just the rifles for now.
Interestingly,
See, early on, Zero Tenacity aren't really looking to take too much banana control. Just the main sort of holding this top banana. Nico takes so much damage.
We've got a nade for Namana. It's going to make its way towards Nico, surely. Oh, in fact, sends it towards Broom.
Yeah, potentially thinking he repositioned there.
Yeah, the Molotov.
Wait, Nico being chipped down very, very low.
Still sitting around towards Banana. Creative boost, but Namana, even after finding one, he kind of needs to hope that a player goes on a bit of a solo mission, because His teammate will be in a bit of a tough position to get out of. Here's his solo mission. TMB, is he going to progress any further? Simka holding the smoke, can drop it, should be able to back away. Great way to secure a kill.
Yeah, I love that setup there.
Pretty nice.
That's really cheeky.
You're never going to be expecting it either.
Yeah, I mean, fair play if you're gonna
flick
up quick enough.
I don't even think in orb scope you wouldn't even see them. That's how high up Namana was.
I mean, right now we said Tenacity, they need to win this map, and a very good start from them for now.
Great from Christy there. The awareness that someone's got to make a bit of a solo play, but with Borup falling through the smoke, the advantage goes back the way of Zero Tenacity, and Brute Monster dealing even more chip damage. The problem that ex-Preasy have here, all players trapped in the bomb site. We've got one towards Banana in Zero Tenacity, and as this smoke fades, it's going to be really tough. But jumping above it, Brute Monster finds one. Will drop back down, and low HP Nico falling as well. It's all on refresh. 1 versus 4. Can't find the first, and Namana closes it out with a nice second kill there. And Zero Tenacity keeping money. That's 4 survivors. They've got 4 AKs as well. The bomb going down for ex-Preasy means that they can bring up potentially some Mac 10s. They could in fact invest, but it wouldn't be a perfect buy. And I think sometimes you'll see teams getting drawn into that continual investment after bombs go down, whereas I think sometimes it can be better to just, you know what, let's just bring out Mac 10s, let's bring out a couple pieces of util, kind of run our way into the B bomb site and hope to try and kind of gimmick our way into a round, but utility limitations are in play here. Only 13 overall, which isn't too bad, but no AWP again for Christu.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very good retake there from Zero Tenacity. Sort of they weren't playing it particularly slow, just going for really nice creative ways to find the kills. Great spams through the smoke, nice boost there for Brute Monster. And just aware that someone's got to peek into me. They're in a 4v2 here. Someone's got to try to create something. Very smart stuff from CT.
Yeah, ex-Preasy, the time to take A would be now. So there's only 2 defenders. AVN will be rotating back towards the A-bomb site now. And in fact, they are just going to be leaving Simka to defend the Banana alone, and has got the smoke as well, so we probably are just going to be seeing a bit of a jump spot, potentially sitting on top of Halfwall, taking a pot shot and backing away, but no. Very simple here for Simka, and without Christu's AWP, it's not going to be an easy shot for them to find. Molotov coming through, so we'll kind of display their initial intentions. That's been spotted, so Simka just backing away, 40 seconds on the clock, still has a smoke to delay. And this is where Preasy still got time to choose which bomb site they decide to go to, with the bomb making its way towards B. Fairly simple understanding. And I mentioned the lack of utility for ex-Preasy, and we're going to be seeing it here. The post-plant, we're going to have hardly any.
Get into this site cleanly, though. It might not matter. Namana's position is great. Trade does come through still. Player tucked here in Nubox. Not cleared yet. Still not cleared and the turn. Borup finding that kill into Simka. Simka does at least get one.
Yeah, 3v3. Still possible.
Here's that post plant you were talking about, and that lack of util for it. Just a flashbang. Borup's peeking out. Brute Monster hits that shot every day. Flash coming over for refresh.
Ooh, great swing from Christu needed. Dodges the bullets of AVN, and Kyofo has to come alive towards CT. We'll find Christu. They're aware that refresh is here towards Banana. Flashbang to come through. Refresh forced back. Not the stick of the bomb yet, though. Oh, and as he swings, Kyofo will be there to save him. So Zero Tenacity successful on the retake there. There was a chance for ex-Preasy, but once again, they're in that same scenario, Charlie. You know, they've got the bomb down. Only 2 players surviving Zero Tenacity. Are we going to force again? Or I think it's still better to just bring out some max, surely.
You have to buy. You got 4 loss bonus and a bomb plant. If you don't buy, it feels like you're making a big mistake.
I think the utility's a little bit better here, but I still feel like the lack of the AWP for Christu when trying to fight off against Brute Monster, it's not going to be easy. I guess we'll see if they can gain any successes here, but
all you need to do if you want that extra bit of util, just someone buy Glil.
Yeah, we see it on Nico.
And that's the reason why he had full util,
yeah,
really.
It's tough decisions, but I think on paper it is the right decision to buy, but I think the fact that Christou's shown so much success on the AWP so far. Nice opener here, AVN. Oh, lucky to be alive. We'll be able to drop the smoke. Borup going to be extending it, gives his life away to AVN, so back to a 4-on-4 here.
Feels like a bit of a mistake there from Borup. TMB's already got you that opening kill, taking down Brute Monster. He got a bit lucky as well, just Brute Monster hitting that leg.
Oh, great from the Mana. They re-aggress towards Banana just before the cavalry arrives. And Christou close towards Harful with the bomb. He needs to be a little bit cautious here. But now it's Zero Tenacity with that man advantage refresh, taking a bit of a gamble here. Flashbang going to come through. Timing on it is absolutely perfect, and the team play from Zero Tenacity is sublime.
And it's again, I mean, you look at this. AVN chipped down early. Brute Monster, first player to go down, and not a single bit of damage really has been done since.
Yeah, TMB creating pressure and presence, but the bomb's going to make its way back towards A, and it's surely just going to be the save here.
You mentioned wanting to see Christou on that AWP. We are going to in the next. But got to see some sort of change up from Zero Tenacity. This is a 6-0 start. Sure, definitely not a change up from Zero Tenacity. They're doing everything right. From ex-Preasy, we need to see a change up. Because things are starting to spiral. Things are starting to go out of control.
Yeah, and Zero Tenacity. This is exactly what they've been hoping for. The only chance for them to win the series is they've just got to win these final 2 maps. Ex-Preasy, it's been teed up for them perfectly, but potentially a swing and a miss on Inferno. Finally, though, Charlie, we see Christou on the big green. Mac 10's in play for Refresh and Borup. Let's see the impact that this AWP will have.
Last time these two played on Inferno against each other, Zero Tenacity only managed to get 2 CT rounds. They are currently doing far better than that, and there's still plenty of rounds left.
Yeah, I think Zero Tenacity, it's kind of, even if they only win half the remaining, it's a 9-3 half. It's incredible. So, ex-Preasy need at least 4 of the remaining 6.
Yeah, you would think so. Have to show us something soon, Christou. Going a bit more aggressive. Brackets is free for the taking, and we will slowly see ex-Preasy take that.
Well, I think Zero Tenacity, they're aware the saved AWP's in play. There's no need for them to kind of take any risks. That's why we're not seeing Banana Control taken. That's also why we're not seeing anyone in brackets. But now it's going to lead for a very tough hold for Zero Tenacity here towards A. The AWP taking a bit of a pot shot, but Kyofo somehow keeping himself alive. Kyofo going to be re-peeking. Ooh! Either one of them could have fallen there as Kyofo had the opportunity. We've got one towards CT and Borup, but falls to Brute Monster. Perfectly timed rotation, and it looks like TMB is going to make his way there as well. And all the steps are heard. Brute Monster gets himself in a brilliant position. Finds TMB as well, and ex-Preasy, they're looking for a bit of a crunch through B, but the bomb's making its way towards A. Potential miscommunications here, and Nico falls as well. This round is going absolutely perfectly for Zero Tenacity. 14 seconds on the clock. Bomb gonna attempt to make its way through, but we still got Kyofo tucked here. Christou not even close to it, and that's 7 on the bounce for Zero Tenacity.
I mean, I said it in some earlier rounds, but I mean, that round was the prime example. There's no trade potential, like, ever. Like, TMB's very much alone. We're seeing the same thing from Nico. We saw the same thing from Borup. None of these players were anywhere near sort of being able to just trade. Why didn't we just see an A execute?
Yeah, it really makes
anything more where you've got a bit more possibility just to actually play off of each other.
And it's kind of something that we touched upon the T side of MAU's NXT. You know, they generally send one player out to have a little bit of freedom, see what they can get, but the rest stay as a bunch, kind of ready to rotate across to the site that's been taken, or also ready to hit where there isn't any presence. But ex-Preasy, it seems as though everyone's on their own little mission, and it's not really well orchestrated.
I mean, I've got no issue with someone sort of having a feeling, having an inkling,
definitely.
feeling like you can get a time in, but it can't be the whole team.
Yeah. That's somewhat maybe you could kind of credit to the fact that, okay, although they've played alongside each other for, I want to say, 8 months now, it's still fairly fresh. It's not to the standard of Zero Tenacity where...
It sort of shouldn't be after that time. It sort of feels like we're seeing the score in reverse. And ex-Preasy are the ones 7-0 up, and they're in a position where they're like, yeah, I'm confident. We're all fragging. I'm just gonna do this. We're not seeing this. They're 7-0 down. This is where you go back to your playbook. This is where you look back at what works, your basics. What do you have to fall back on? Because that can't be it. Partial investment in this round though. 3B setup from Zero Tenacity. Looks like a perfect read. Brute Monster is here, surely going to get smoked off. All players falling back through the Molotov.
Yeah, I think ex-Preasy were a little bit worried about a banana retake, but with Brute Monster's AWP holding the lines and Simka tucked away, best of luck to ex-Preasy. Yeah, they've got some
do util to smoke off this position. The jiggle is good enough for now. Simka wants so much more though.
I don't think he's found...
Only
Yeah, 2.
able to find 2, but look at this, just the util to delay again. That is a weapon that can be picked up. It's not going to be though.
And this is the signs of Brute Monster that we kind of needed in map number 1 and kind of what Zero Tenacity have been praying for. Brute Monster currently 11-4, second to Simka who's sitting at 12, but Zero Tenacity at 8-0. This is ex-Preasy's strongest map. This is Zero Tenacity's weakest map. This is Zero Tenacity going in with a Brute Monster who had nothing to show for on Anubis. Yet Zero Tenacity have bounced back, and this is just absolutely incredible. We mentioned Brute Monster needed to have those opportunities and those kind of options with the AWP, and that's exactly what's happened here, and it's what's given them this 8-0 start. And ex-Preasy, you mentioned they've got to go back to basics. It seems as though the strat book might be somewhat limited, but great opener from Nico, and it looks as though TMB could secure another. That's the B-bomb site completely open for the taking. Brute Monster making noise towards A, but there's no need for ex-Preasy to continue this pressure. Refresh is pushing alone. If he goes down here...
He has caught a good timing on this lurk. Brute Monster surely will go down.
I think the problem is, though, Refresh has pushed through middle. They're not really going to be expecting 2 players coming from Banana. Surely not.
Well, when Refresh only sees Brute Monster, I think they're going to surely start to be a little bit aware. I do like this from Zero Tenacity, the fact that they've got the confidence to go for this 4-3. Even though it is a map like Inferno, that is Brute Monster going down. Now we should slowly but surely see all eyes turn to Banana, the flash. Both players being blinded by Kyofo, not expecting TMB to be there. AVN might try to take some weapons out of these T's hands, and will be able to find Refresh.
Or has been saved as well. ex-Preasy finally showing signs of life here. I mentioned 4's got to be the lower bound for any chance of Preasy's success. Brilliant entries. Absolutely incredible. Certainly what ex-Preasy have been attempting to do towards B and finally had that success.
Yeah, normally you, in sort of games where the scoreline's very one-sided, you still see, oh, here's a good entry. Maybe if this went this way, we could have won that round. Other than that round, there wasn't really anything like that.
No, it's kind of... It's
very much, yeah, has just been Zero Tenacity.
Always get worried watching the orb behind 2 of his teammates consistently crossing over the crosshair. I feel like it can only ever go wrong.
We think maybe Christu wants some revenge.
Bit of a pot. Oh yeah,
team killed in the last match.
Well, Refresh is kind of safe. He's already an app, so
maybe Christu just wants blood. Doesn't matter whose it is. Nico pushing it fully blinded, takes down Simka. What is that? Smoke dropped as well. Do the T's up to push through. The spam is brilliant, but Namana takes so much chip damage in the process. Rotation has come through. Brute Monster is here to support his teammate.
Yeah, it seems as though the T's are going to make their way back towards B, or back towards A. Certainly the right call to make. Nico, low HP, trapped in a corner. He can just provide some irritation for the Zero Tenacity side. AVN, tucked behind this smoke, are waiting for the spam. Crosshair continually going over his opponents.
Great.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Kyofo. In fact, he can find a kill and reposition. Oh, TMB pushes through a smoke and AVN finds him. Nico's still waiting. Christu with the AWP holding for Kyofo and eventually comes through. Christu finds AVN as well. Brilliant stuff
to
from
go
Christu.
towards A, but there's no time. They've got to go B. Brew Monster misses the shot. No!
Nico
That
finds
was
him.
the chance. If he takes down Nico, Refresh had to get that bomb down.
It's tough that.
Oh, interesting end to this. I mean, that round, but also this half is Preasy are starting to get some rounds back on the board.
Yeah, after we see, I believe, was it, yeah, Kyofo falling here? I don't know why we see this repeat from AVN. It seemed like the timing was kind of on his side as Christu looked towards Grave, but similar, there's just no real need to swing there. It seems though...
Maybe hoping that Christu assumed A was clear, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Charlie, this is something that we saw from Zero Tenacity in that game that went to about, I don't know how many, it was too many overtimes, but they opt for the double AWP quite a lot. And we're seeing it here in the final stages of their CT side. Namana also bringing one out. And Namana, usually as the secondary AWPer, we've seen so many moments with Namana on the AWP in the past, and I feel like it's a good way to try and shut down ex-Preasy's success, but the fact that Christu's on the AWP here as well, that's Brute Monster falling.
Will he expect this though? TMB. Oh, Namana with the double.
Spoke about the magic moments of Namana. Showing it already. AVN in a nice position as well. I doubt Refresh is going to be ready. Refresh crouching, but it doesn't matter. Nico emerging. We'll find one. And now Namana's in a bit of hot water. Trapped between Christu and Nico. 2-on-2 here. Kyofo has retrieved the AWP. Simka on an MP9. Both players going to be going towards Pit here.
Yeah, it did look like Christu wanted to pick up that AWP, but ended up not. Whether that was by his choice or not, not entirely sure, but Rifles versus Kyofo now with the AWP and Simka's MP9. Hopefully for him, he can upgrade that. He's in a deep position, does get found by Christu. All on Kyofo, misses the first shot.
Somewhat aware of the player in mini pit as well. Limited time. They are peeking, they're giving him opportunities. Kyofo finds, elevates up, takes him down. Will go down to the bomb though.
Yeah, time not there for him. But final round of the half, Kyofo's kills sadly won't mean too much. I mean, this was really great from Namana. I mean, it looked so good for them, Fred. 4-on-2. Nico pushing through. Christo taking down Namana as well in the 2v2. Players just a little bit isolated, a little bit split.
Yeah, and the weapons for Zero Tenacity really not looking good. We've got 3 MP9s, 2 pistols in play as well. And I mentioned 4's gotta be found. And ex-Preasy looks as though they will secure that unless if things really go wrong. 4 players towards
Gamble,
B,
though.
yeah.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity very much putting all their eggs in one basket. Sadly, they might have bet wrong.
Yeah, the aggression out towards A as well. Should be able to find this one. Ooh, team kill.
Yeah, that is awkward.
Great from Kyofo, isolating the player towards Pit.
Lots of damage to Borup as well.
And Christo in such a deep position though, he can catch off these rotations. 3v2 with a low HP Namana, final round here. Not really much Zero Tenacity can do. So safe to say, ex-Preasy will find this 4th. Oh, okay.
You certainly think so now. Brute Monster just on this deagle. Does get found by Refresh. And an 8-4 half. You did mention 4. You feel like is the minimum that we need to see from ex-Preasy. And they have got it. Is it going to be enough though?
It's still going to be so tough though, because you know Zero Tenacity, if they can find the pistol on that T side, we're already looking at such a dominant lead. And Zero Tenacity, you mentioned it was their CT side that struggled, so I think there is a world that we're going to be heading to nuke, Charlie. Might be a little too eager for me to say, but an 8-4 CT side is really strong.
This pistol, yeah, the importance of this pistol is going to be everything for how, basically, to depend how long this game's going to go on for. Because it could be a quick one from ZT unless ex-Preasy can take this pistol. But either way, it is 4 rounds in a row from the Danes.
It's all about whether they can continue that streak, though. I'm sure Zero Tenacity are going to want to shut that down. And peeking towards middle, Brute Monster on his favoured side on the P250. Attempting to fire off some pot shots and eliminate some ex-Preasy defenders, but not connected the bullets yet.
Yeah, we did have a cheeky sort of 4 bracket setup. Well, Nico surely going to get caught out here. Not even remotely aware of apartments. Constantly wanted to peek down mid. And it is a gamble with 3B.
Yeah, Namana
from ex-Preasy.
If you can just deal a little bit of damage, find a kill, draw a rotation, that's all that's really needed. And Borup, currently the bottom performer in the whole server as this lone defender towards A. So best of luck. Spots out the first. Tapping away here. Attempting to secure kills. Had the opportunity to find Kyofo. Ooh, Namana. Well, best of luck, ex-Preasy. Because Namana just sitting in the smoke and finding all 3 there. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, that's brutal considering he was cleared as well. But the smoke just obscured his exact angle. And yeah, the pistol round that was so important for ex-Preasy has gone against them. I think we might see the force buy here. Weapons are being bought. It is going to be the full investment. ex-Preasy want to shut this down before it's too late.
If anything, though, it's just going to go against them. A loss in this round. If it was just the eco, it's only 10. They're only trailing by 6, and Zero Tenacity only needing 3. Yeah, it just could give another round to the T's.
I think they're more than aware of the risks that could come through. I think they just think we've got to take them. We've got to hope.
Yeah, a little bit of chip damage there to TMB. No damage taken on the Zero Tenacity side so far. They've still got a fair bit of util to work with.
Yeah, the gamble from ex-Preasy it's a good gamble, but they've got to hit their shots. Christou. Not using his smoke, interestingly. Using it now. Is it too late? I was going to say, Zero Tenacity going to push through. Nico has to hit this shot. Have a good start here. Can't do it. Gets brought down to 20 HP. Kyofo under pressure, but refresh gets found. Player still on the balcony. But it doesn't matter.
Even if they gamble correctly.
Yeah, the take was too strong. The gunfight's just not going the way of the CTs at all. Zero Tenacity, I think the game, Fred, I think it's going to be going their way. I think we are going to make it to the 3rd and final map.
Yeah, Nuke being a real strong point for Zero Tenacity. So, ex-Preasy, they kind of did the initial job of taking map 1.
Taking their opponent's map pick, setting themselves up very much so for success, but just such a poor start. Really couldn't get anything going, but the thing is, I've mentioned a couple of times during this series, the last time these two met, just a couple of weeks ago, Nuke was the final map there as well. It was the exact same vetoes. We just never got to that final map. It was a 2-0 Preasy.
Well, it's clear that Zero Tenacity, in the time that they've had, once finding out their opponents, they've done their research, because this is looking like a completely different Inferno. Anubis was pretty close as well. You know, we could be seeing a 2-0 going the way of Zero Tenacity.
I don't know how Zero Tenacity are getting a 2-0.
No, but the Anubis game was close. Zero Tenacity could have taken it.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I mean, yeah, you got to think that final round very hectic. There could have easily been a way that somehow Zero Tenacity
take it to OT.
Yeah, it certainly could have been a possibility. Because I mean, ex-Preasy right now, I think it's fair to say their Inferno has been quite underwhelming. I feel like we've been hyping that up since the initial pre-game, and yeah, haven't really shown us much. I mean, I like the long setup here.
I think as well, it's the problem when your kind of strongest map is a map known and played by all. Because I think if it's the likes of a Nuke, a Vertigo, you could maybe even throw in, you know, an Ancient in the mix.
Yeah.
Yes, they're all maps that people are comfortable to play, but it's not like Inferno, it's not like Mirage, where every team is well versed on it.
Inferno is very, very tough to be the best team in the world at. You can do so, but it's tough to consistently be the best team in the world at. And then whatever level you're playing at is very challenging, just because of the nature of the map, really. Here we go. We are going to get to see this long stack, and absolutely deletes Namana.
I was going to say Namana.
Sadly,
really.
yeah. Sadly for the CTs, it was only the one player pushing. They would have liked maybe if it's a bit of a double swing or something.
The Mac as well.
Yeah, of all the weapons, of course, it was the Mac.
Just how the cookie crumbles. So Nico looking to save the Mac 10.
Frank does actually have armor, so probably wouldn't be too bad a shout trying to give him the weapon. If he can get some cash. Ooh,
Christy
okay.
kills him airborne.
Yeah, certainly can't complain about taking that AK.
Yeah, and I think that's gonna be a difference maker. But still, 11 found by Zero Tenacity. Potentially, it's already too far gone.
I mean, a long time ago, when we were watching ZT many moons ago now, in their sort of early iteration, they used to struggle to close out maps.
Yeah, it was their biggest problem by far. It would be they'd have like a 7-round lead on match point and it'd go OT.
Yeah, they did used to have a lot of issues in terms of closing out maps, so, you know, maybe just a bit of foreshadowing, who knows? But hopefully for ZT's sake, they will bring us a nuke.
If they
Reasonably swiftly, because if it gets close, then who knows?
All I'm saying is, Charlie, if ex-Preasy win this now, win Inferno, Zero Tenacity are allowed to blame you.
It would be my fault.
It would be, yeah.
Okay, well, this round surely going to be going the way of Zero Tenacity. 2 CTs near enough dead already, even more damage dealt.
TMB caught in a Molotov, needs to get himself out of the flames. 12 HP on TMB, 16 on Borup, and they're the 2B defenders. A well-placed HE grenade will take them both down.
Yeah, this is brutal. You're going to have a swap, and yeah, Christu making his way across, because that B site can be so flimsy with how low these players are. And obviously, you look at the sort of return fire. 60 HP Namana, 50 Simka. You can't complain, in an early kill going the way now. Kyofo finds the man advantage. Oh, no way, gets another, and the A site is clear. It's going to be a save, but Fred, I don't know if they're going to be allowed to.
Yeah, we mentioned Christu having to rotate towards B. I kind of expected for it to be a bit of an exchange. Full HP for low HP, but no. No one rotated, so it was just that 2A defense, both towards balcony. I don't know how Kyofo has found them both. It is just incredible. We've seen that a couple times so far this series. I believe it was, what, Simka on the back of the B bomb site on Anubis? 17 HP, finding 3.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it was Simka actually, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know how Kyofo again.
Low HP, it doesn't really matter.
There's some, I mean, when Zero Tenacity are feeling it, they are a team that I think everyone in the server knows they're feeling it.
And this is the problem that a lot of teams struggle to kind of play against Zero Tenacity, because the CT side, Brute Monster was really successful, but it's the rifles, it's Kyofo, Namana, Simka, who really have those.
They need
moments.
to save these weapons. If they go down, I think this game's done. At
There's
least
the
one
first fallen.
falls. Christu goes down as well. One survives. Namana. It's not Namana, on the wrong team. Christu. Not Christu, TMB.
Get there
I
in the
saw him
end,
by
Johnny.
early. Got it eventually. Was picking players from the different team. And then picked the wrong one. But, yeah, TMB does survive. I mean, you've got to think, if all 3 players could survive there...
It's a strong buy.
Looking like a near enough a full buy. But the fact that it's only one, at least it is one, because it could have been horrendous otherwise.
Yeah, Christu's going to have to play aggressive, going to have to be the difference maker here without an aggressive peak and an early kill. Zero
That is what he's
Tenacity.
doing for now, but he's got to be careful, because Brute Monster is towards T-Ramp, glued to this angle.
A lot of damage taken there by Borup. Flashbang to come through, TMB blinded, and that could be the B bomb site open, and Simka does it! Borup sends the Molotov, and Simka's timing is incredible. This could be it, Charlie. Bomb just needs to be retrieved. Simka's going to be clearing out the B bomb site. Kyofo's just lurking in apartments, and surely
going to get something. He does. Could get another. Christu doesn't go for the peak, and he gets deleted when he tries to spot AVN. Kyofo finds the final one, and Nuke, here we come. dominant Inferno performance from a map that we looked at, and we even said in the pre-game, this looks like a pretty guaranteed map for ex-Preasy. Completely the opposite. 13-4, Fred. Does this leave some question marks for Nuke now?
Yeah, I think it's going to be... Nuke is going to be one in which not only Zero Tenacity are favoured going into it, but also the confidence they're going to be having after a 13-4 victory. And on the flip side, for ex-Preasy, the devastation. You've done the difficult job. You've taken your opponent's map pick. You're heading to statistically your strongest, their weakest. Inferno should only ever go their way, but it doesn't. And that last round, only 6 damage taken on the whole of the Zero Tenacity side. It was just so dominant in that final round, and it really signified how the rest of the game was. It was just Zero Tenacity all the way. The CT side was brilliant. We saw that 4-round stint at the end on ex-Preasy's T side, but nothing else. It didn't matter. It was incredible from Zero Tenacity, and now they can head to Nuke with their heads held high.
Yeah, it really didn't feel like we saw too much at all from ex-Preasy, especially on their T side. It felt very lackluster. It felt like they were bested very early on, and they just were lost in terms of what to do. We didn't really see anything creative, or even just a basic execute towards the A site. We didn't see anything really like that. They only sort of went towards A when their team was already battered and bruised. They already lost a few players, and it felt like they were just sort of going towards B a lot more. It did feel like they weren't too comfortable with Inferno, which is surprising considering how well they've played on the map recently. I think they're going to need to look back at that one and make quite a few changes, because at least it seems like from the last meeting these two had, Zero Tenacity did improve a lot. They had a lot of different sort of things that they offered. They, like you said, they could have easily won Anubis. This could have easily been a ZT2-0, but it's not. We're all reset here, Fred. Final map. Basically treated like a best of one.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I feel like Zero Tenacity, they've done such a good job to come back with such conviction, and Nuke would be an incredible battleground for them to take, but something we are going to be seeing very shortly after the break.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
Welcome back, everyone. A long best of three it's been so far. We saw kind of back-to-back on Anubis. It went the distance. Preasy successful. Inferno dominated by Zero Tenacity, and then they head to Nuke, one of their strongest maps, a map in which they can take the series, and the comeback is possible, Charlie. But what are you thinking as we head in?
Yeah, I think you're spot on there. I think it really was such a close affair on Anubis. Could have went either team's way, but Inferno was so one-sided. Ex-Preasy just felt like they didn't get going at all. It felt like we didn't really see what they were bringing to the table. It felt like their T sides were lackluster. It felt like their CT sides didn't really get to see them. But it was very much like we were just watching Zero Tenacity just out-duel them in every single fight and eventually just run over the game.
Yeah, I think Nuke, you mentioned it before we went to the break, treat it like a best of one. Treat it as like the last two maps never happened. And I think ex-Preasy are definitely going to have to do that on the basis that it was such a dominant game. You know, they need to forget about the losses of Inferno because, yes, they could have won the series already. But I think if they get in their own heads about the poor performance, that's where things can go wrong. I feel like the mentality shift is going to be really key. And we speak about the kind of broken mentality that could be within the ex-Preasy camp. It's the complete reverse for Zero Tenacity. They're elated. They're as happy as you can be because they're just absolutely dominating on a map in which they were kind of ruled out on. But yeah, Zero Tenacity, they've got the chance to take things here, and I've been really impressed with their Inferno, and if they can show that sign on Nuke, congrats to them on the series, but still, one map to go.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, ex-Preasy, they've played 2 games in the last 3 months on Nuke with a 0% win rate, whereas you look on the side of Zero Tenacity, they've got 6 maps with a 50% win rate. So, although the stats do favour Zero Tenacity, the stats also heavily favour ex-Preasy on Inferno. So, I do think you have to treat this, like you said, just like the 1v1. You have to... It's just you two on this one map now. The first 2 maps don't matter. Fully mentally reset. We need to see the players stepping up. Individuals really need to come alive. We obviously got to see a bit more of Brute Monster on Inferno. He was someone we pointed out before Anubis. Didn't really get going there. We need everybody in the server to have their moments here because I do think it's going to come down to individuals. Although Nuke is quite a tactical map, I do think it is going to be the personnel on the server that are really going to make the difference. All
right, Charlie, before we head in, I'm going to ask you the all-important question. And the smag's on your face because you know what's coming. We've seen the 2 maps. We've seen the 2 teams. Who is going to take things here on Nuke?
I think I'm going to give it to Zero Tenacity.
I like it.
After Inferno, I think the confidence that they have, I think every player was really stepped up. They're gonna have a lot less work to do on Nuke, whereas I think ex-Preasy, them having to try to sort of battle sort of that mental fortitude, really show us that yeah, we can reset after this, we can step up when we need. When our back's up against the wall, we can come alive. I think just for that reason, I'm gonna have to gear it to Zero Tenacity.
Zero Tenacity though, they're going to be starting on the T side. That's where the successes weren't as such for ex-Preasy on Inferno. So let's see if Zero Tenacity can show up and step up here on the unfavoured side on Nuke. And already things off to a stellar start as Simka eliminates. We have got a bit of pot shots here from Christu. We'll find one. And we've got TMB as well towards Icebox. Will eliminate. Got one player down towards Secret. Namana eliminating Christu here, but back and forth. It's a duels towards outside, and they're always going to be favouring the USPs and the P2Ks. 2 versus 3 now. TMB getting chipped away at. Simka searching for a pick and had the opportunities. He spots 2. Namana making his way.
Does finally get down to that lower side. Borup. Are they even going to clear him? No, but he can't connect the shots instantly. Does still finish off the first and comfortably gets the second. Yeah, interesting. It feels like maybe if we saw 2-3 players outside and the rest towards ramp or something, that would have been a lot better. Because they kind of did get down secret. I mean, not unscathed, but they did get down there. I mean, look, it was a 3-on-3 at one point.
Yeah,
if we could have just saw the players maybe back away, maybe that would have been better. But yeah, just the fights outside against the ranged USPs, it's always going to favour them, surely.
I think when we see Simka find that first kill, there's so much time on the clock. Why don't we just see Zero Tenacity go, you know what, fair enough, we're happy with that. Let's just back away. Outside usually not that heavily contested on pistol rounds, so I guess they weren't too ready for the quick rotations and the quick kills, but still, I think maybe Zero Tenacity needs to look into that and realise we found a pick on the pistol, we did it at range, let's just regroup, reanalyze, and hope we can head towards ramp or maybe the A bomb site. But yeah, the fighting towards outside has cost them not only the pistol, but obviously the subsequent round after. Now they're on the AKs though, and let's see what Zero Tenacity can do here.
This is where we're going to really need to see them try to show what they had on Inferno. But it's a good start for ex-Preasy. They needed that. They lost pistol, gone back to losing. I think it could be tough for them to come back into this one. But starting off strong, desperately what they need.
Early util from ex-Preasy towards lobby. Trying to take some control towards outside. We'll see a deep nade being thrown. Nico just tucked away. But as the smokes fade, could be a little bit isolated. We've already got Refresh progressing through Secret. Well, not Refresh, it's, is it Christu? Yeah, I believe Christu's made his way through Secret. With an MP9, not the best weapon to do so, and it looks as though Zero Tenacity initially wanting to head towards ramp, but with the smoke there, things are getting a little tough. And we've got 2 players down towards B here, Charlie. Leaves the A-bomb site quite poorly defended, and ramp, nobody there.
Yeah, Namana is looking a little worse for wear. Took a lot of damage through that squeaky door, but as a unit here, we are seeing Zero Tenacity look towards ramp. Haven't made any noise in taking this, so still slow and steady. Just taking all this control. There are 2 players towards the lower site already, so they are aware that giving up ramp does certainly mean they could be here sooner rather than later. TMB gonna first face Namana, the low HP player. Doesn't take him down instantly. Kyofo gets him. Christu down here as well with the MP9.
We've got a fast flank of Refresh as well. The T's need to speed things up. And oh! Christu finds 2, deals damage onto Kyofo. We've got Nico ready and waiting. Gonna spam as the bomb goes down. Refresh as that fast flank comes alive. And now it's a low HP 1v3. And Refresh could take him down. But no, Kyofo will eliminate. There's a player on the back of the bomb site. And Borup's given away his position as well. But limited time. No chances. And Nico still finds him. And ex-Preasy, it seemed like a tough round for them to win, but somehow, some way, Christu.
Yeah, I mean, losing TMB here, not able to find Namana, I thought, yeah, this is it. It's all done there, but Christu finding basically 2.5 kills. Nico through the smoke, taking down the bomb plants. It's not easy just to play off sound cues, especially when they're moving like that. And then finding the final player, yeah, really strong stuff from ex-Preasy with a bit of a bonus round.
Yeah, now weak weapons once again for Zero Tenacity. ex-Preasy heavily gambled down towards B, and obviously Christu had that success, but TMB falling, it could have been such a devastating round. And ex-Preasy, they're showing that aggression we saw on Inferno. This time it's working out for them very nicely. Nice shot from Kyofo though. Will shut down Christu's aggression. Nico,
yeah, sort of just saying to the
hold your
guys.
horses.
Okay, guys, yeah. We're not at that stage in the game just yet. Refresh has been brought down low, but still manages to find the kill. TMB gets Brew Monster on AVN just with this Tech 9. Does have armor behind it, so I might just want to play this round slower, see if he can catch one off.
Nope, never mind.
Yeah,
found
not to beat. As 2 seconds after I say that, Borup absolutely deletes him. But another round on the board for ex-Preasy. Very good start from them. I said I do feel like they need to be able to show that they've mentally reset, show the experience that these guys do have, and right now they are having it on full display.
Yeah, I think we need to see Brute Monster on this AWP, and we'll have it in hand. Christu as well with the big green. I think Brute Monster going to be key for finding those picks, you know, towards main through Squeaky. Similarly, finding picks towards Ramp. I feel like Brute Monster can show this aggression. But the first round with a big green, will he find his first kill?
Simka going to be investing as well. I'm interested in what he's going to be buy. Okay, it is just the AK. I was wondering if he's going for something like a max. We could be fast, out Squeaky, maybe try to drop vent. No, just sticking with the old reliable AK. As Brute Monster is obviously going to be able to rival Christu in this round.
Ooh, lovely nade from Nico. Chips away at Namana
He can
and
get flashed
Kyopho.
in here as well. This could be devastating. Borup's deep position gets one for free. Nico does get found though.
Yeah, and this is not going well for the CTs. ex-Preasy. Once again, we mentioned the solo missions, the solo adventures, and how it's cost them in the past. You have to say, in this round, yeah, we do see AVN falling, but a nice trade. And similarly, pushing towards outside, Nico caught off back red. We saw the aggression through ramp. The kills just going quite comfortably the way of Zero Tenacity here. Granted, the finances are really strong on ex-Preasy, so they are going to be getting a buy in this one. Borup. Unlucky for Borup there. Namana does eliminate, and it's just
That was
Christu's AWP.
insanely clean with that limited info.
I think Christu surely going to... Ooh. Simka decides to go back towards lobby. Kyopho's now coming up, and Kyopho's found. We will see an AWP in the next, as Nico sitting around 10k. Borup as well, similar finances. So weapons can be dropped across. ex-Preasy can invest, but Borup towards Squeaky. Borup towards Squeaky. Brute Monster towards Squeaky. Kind of expected that's where kills would come from, and does just that.
Yeah, I would have loved to see Nico flashed in, sort of with those two outside players emerging. I think just a good flashbang. He's already chipped them down with an aid.
Finds them both easily.
You certainly would think so. Or at least we'll go down for something.
Ooh.
Great find. The jump peak there is all too common. You see AWPers a lot of the time just holding that angle now, even when there's no smoke.
I like what we're seeing here though already. One player making their way down towards B, and Christy repositioning to ramp, but Nico, how has he been allowed to find two here? Just going to drop the smoke, try and back away. Nade in the corner. Brute Monster getting aggressive and jumping with the tech will find. Needs to be ready for refresh, but his teammate Simka falling. 1 versus 4 for Brute Monster. And refresh on the back of red. Brute Monster surely not going to be ready for it. Simple stuff for refresh. And ex-Preasy, they do find successes here.
I am amazed Brute Monster's Tech 9 worked so well while jumping elevated through that smoke. Obviously Nico wasn't the healthiest, but
Still,
it looked too clean.
Nico finding 2 there is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, great positioning in general.
They seemed unaware. That's my biggest query.
It did look like Brute Monster was holding that push, but I think Nico did just get very good timing to get there initially.
ex-Preasy though, with a strong start, 5-1. Ooh, could have seen our first AWP engagement. It's all about timing. Just take the shot. Doesn't do so. So Christy will evade and in the vents with an AWP. Couldn't think of a better position for the AWP.
Yeah, not always the easiest, but wanted to get down secret quickly.
There's already a teammate in secret, so just scurries away, but Kyopho finding. I doubt they're going to expect Christu down here.
Yeah, certainly could fully bait Christu in.
I think the problem they face is with these outside smokes, they're going to draw rotations away from the A bomb site, away from ramp, and that's why Zero Tenacity are making their way to ramp. Taps through the smoke from Borup, attempting to find a double setup
Ramp
here.
setup's
Strong.
really good. Team B can just find one and back away. Got a Molotov as well. Drops out, just forces the T's back.
Yeah, with 45 seconds on the clock, the Molotov denied them ramp. Oh, okay. They are going to be heading back, and it's just refresh. Caught off guard. And Namana finding Christu as well. Zero Tenacity. Strong middle portion of this round, and Namana just being a real point of irritation here. Borup will find, but the bomb's going down. It's a 2 versus 4. Just going to try and save the AWP, but just wondering where that had gone. TMB. No real need to peek. Just gives the weapon away, and with the finances not perfect, I'm not too sure as to why. And Borup attempting to save, but will go down. And finally, money for ex-Preasy not looking too strong, and Zero Tenacity. Bit of a back and forth affair between these two now. Signs of life in the
really, really unfortunate stuff there, actually, from ex-Preasy. Like, the ramp setup looked very strong, but the fact that ZT were like, we're not pushing through this molly.
No need.
Like, whatever happens, we're not going through this. So they just back away. You see the rotations from both the players. Refresh was no longer really in any position, just very much out in the open.
Oh,
And
Charlie!
although it can be good to catch up one, gets nothing.
They've decided to force. We've got 2 MP9s in play. Granted 3 M4s, but Util's not great either. This could be a poor decision. Double nades onto Borup.
They technically did have money for it, Borup.
Bye-bye.
He gets deleted. That's an M4 as well.
Simka finding
TMB
TMB.
fools. Players are dropping without even really having a chance. Refresh and Christu have to step up massively.
You can justify the investment if both players survive. Oh, Brute Monster. Just holding the left-hand side, but Christu peeking from the
Good
right.
start, but they're going to still need more. Play towards outside. If Christu could cross to red, this could really catch some players off. Doesn't want to, though.
3 smokes going down. Christu having to spam, needing to try and delay and deny. Refresh taking some control here. Avian needs to be cautious. Refresh finds. Quick kill, back away. Brings it to a 3-on-3. And Zero Tenacity, they kicked off the round brilliantly, but slowing things down, isolating themselves, makes it quite tough. 2 defenders on the A-bomb site. Christy finds the first, spots the second. Simka's going to make his way up vent, but Nico very close and will eliminate. It's a 5 versus 3 gone to a 3 versus 1. And they can't find another. Absolutely incredible from Christu. Finding 3 there, and ex-Preasy, they've been given a gift.
I mean, you have to look at it. The only damage that was dealt to those 3 players was that final engagement. They didn't have a direct sort of one-on-one fight at all. Just Christu finding Brute Monster. Refresh knowing he has to push. Really, really great stuff there from ex-Preasy. But that's where you are relying on individuals. You have to. You don't have a choice if you want to win that round, but they will. That time just worked out perfectly.
Yeah, it really makes you wonder why we didn't see Zero Tenacity just group. Oh, Refresh, best of luck. Trying to send the Molotov down. Will be able to do so, but Namana hungry and hunting and is successful, so we'll find Refresh. Man advantage here for Zero Tenacity. TMB close to the action. Spotted out 2. Attempting, but Namana creeps into control. AVN now looks as though to search for TMB. V-bomb site under the control of Zero Tenacity. And hitting ramp with pace is something that ex-Preasy certainly weren't ready for.
Nico going down, not even really knowing where the bomb is being planted. Spams are off in the round just from a fast ramp hit. Goes the way of Zero Tenacity. Really clean stuff. Taking down Refresh. You see him trying desperately to get away, but you just can't.
Yeah, I like how Zero Tenacity, they've realised, you know what, we found the picks early, but ex-Preasy, they're good at finding those kind of picks back towards lobby. They have great initiative when they're, you know, disadvantaged. So I like the fact that Zero Tenacity go, you know what, let's completely change it up. Let's just hit ramp with pace and see what we can find. And success stories have come through here. Simka, dropped down to 9 HP, not really going to be peaking. Finances of Zero Tenacity, far more important to keep strong than trying to remove the weapons from Preasy.
This will actually force ex-Preasy onto another force buy, I believe.
Yeah, can't really opt to not. Utility far better in this one, though. Zero Tenacity. If they find this round, a 5th should be following, and say, you know, 7-5 scoreline, not too bad.
Being stabilised completely, yeah.
The fact it started off so dominantly. Ooh, Christu. Not too sure how he's going to take damage from that nade.
The dud didn't go off.
Pin wasn't pulled, yeah. Round restart?
So we are going to be seeing...
Round restart? Yeah, surely.
It
No
will
damage.
be a round restart.
No damage has been taken.
Lucky he didn't take damage from that nade then.
Yeah, still...
It is a bit interesting seeing it from this perspective. Just
Not too sure as to
Just
why,
chilling.
though.
welcome to the third. Well, it could just be a player issue. Someone's mouse broken.
Yeah.
Anything like that, really. So, yeah, I certainly imagine this isn't Zero Tenacity's attempt to win this round.
Quite similarly, Christu knife out behind the forklift.
Yeah, so it is going to be the round restart.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's going to be an interesting one, because obviously it's going to be this force still from ex-Preasy. Weaponry's not bad. Considering how little money some of the players had, it's an okay buy.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
I do think we are going to need to see someone like Chris do... I mean, it'd be great if he could somehow try to get that early kill. That man advantage for a team like ex-Preasy would be so massive here. But otherwise, like you said, I mean, ZT could certainly start to close this gap.
Yeah, and I think as well the real scary thing that ex-Preasy need to kind of battle with is they're fully investing here. The loss bonus is very poor, and that's the causation for it. Also, the weapons being saved across, but it means Zero Tenacity not only have the chance for 5, but also a 6th as well, as Christy will be without AWP in that final round. Obviously, this is all going on the basis that Zero Tenacity do find success here. And ex-Preasy, you know, they've had a good half so far, but the fact that Zero Tenacity can bring themselves right back into it just off the back of one round is a little bit scary for ex-Preasy to think about.
Round just about to kick off now. Chris2's had a great start to this game. Gonna need to continue it. I mentioned individuals feel like they're gonna be the important part of this. They have to be.
Early nade here towards door. We've already got the likes of Simka crossing. Christy on the AWP. Ooh, bit of an off angle. Expecting maybe an AWP towards ramp, but this pre-aim, certainly not something.
Chris2's still here. I don't really think we've seen Zero Tenacity go for many straight up ramp peaks unless they are planning on properly heading there.
Time ticking down. Looks as though Zero Tenacity going to want to make their way towards Secret, but we've got a player for ex-Preasy already and waiting. Just whether Zero Tenacity are prepped for this. Molly to come through. As expected, Refresh just backs away. Could see a crunch through main here. TMB seemingly just on the edge of the smoke. Molotov will delay and deny, and Refresh, it's all about timing here. Only Kyofo holding. Here's the Molly ticking. Refresh only able to find one. Key kill though, it is on the AWP Brute Monster. 4 on 4 with AVN chipped away at. We've already got 2
30
players.
seconds on the clock. There's not a lot of time to play with.
Oh, they're going to go up towards A. This is a perfect read from Zero Tenacity. Already we've got players rotating in. TMB is making his way up the vent. Oh, he's been spotted. Borup on top of rafters is brilliant though to find 2. 15 seconds remaining. Simka's going loud and proud. Flash is perfect. Navian gonna be climbing the rungs of the ladder, but doesn't really matter. ex-Preasy will secure 7 here.
Good response there. Borup, big hold needed, and he did deliver 2 kills there. But honestly, TMB was actually so decisive in being spotted towards vents. That just made Zero Tenacity sort of go with that speed, go with a lot of aggression there. So no one was directly sort of slowly clearing out angles. So Borup just had 2 players who didn't know where he was to find in a good position like it was. Found 2 of them.
The missed shots from Kyofo not helping either, but great round from Borup. Investment has come through from Zero Tenacity. Brute Monster with a scope weapon in hand. Not the Scout, not the AWP, but with the SG. Monster on top of Silo.
Haven't seen Nico outside too much in recent rounds. Look for something. Spam not far off, but not able to connect anything.
Kyofo's made his way down. TMB similarly progressed through vent. Opening the doors and just jump spotting. Flashbang coming through.
Kyofo thanking his lucky stars that no one's actually peeking, because fully
Flashbang.
blinded by that one.
TMB still in vent. Oh, it's all about timing. TMB peeking. They line up, but TMB not connecting. Kyofo will find, and that's going to cause the ramp rotations. It's going to weaken the A-bomb site, and Refresh now with the double doors open. Surely can find. Kyofo lucky to be alive, and Refresh looking to hunt here. AVN close towards Tetris. Makes his way out Secret. Secret squeaky, but AVN no Secret after hitting that shot.
Yeah, the whole map feels so claustrophobic for ex-Preasy here. Everywhere there's T's.
Brute Monster now in the back lines. Just waiting, biding his time. Zero Tenacity. Nice round for them.
Yeah, it felt really uncomfortable, even very, very early on in the round. It felt like we needed to see Preasy take some control somewhere, maybe push towards the lobby, something like that, because like I said, it felt like really claustrophobic for the CCTs there. Nowhere was very safe for them, so they were put in a lot of uncomfortable situations where they had to take fights that they probably didn't realise at the time, but even if they got the kill, they were dead.
Yeah, I think as well, that's the beauty of getting yourself down to Secret. Not only did it draw that ramp rotation away, but we saw a weakened A defense, kind of with TMB dropping down. Yes, TMB does find one, but it was that quick trade. There was an opportunity for maybe the double they lined up, but it was more of a jiggle than a full peak. And Zero Tenacity finding 4. Still able to find that 5th. Finance is not perfect, so Refresh and Nico going to be on weak weapons. Not really much that Christu can drop across, but this is the type of round that you need to see Christu save Dorp really do some work here.
I mean, Util, we've mentioned it with this ex-Preasy side a couple of times. There have been a few moments where it's not been perfect, it's not been great. Hopefully, for ex-Preasy, they can try to make it work, and like you said, Christu is certainly going to be a big key player in that one with this AWP. Ooh, okay, this could be interesting now. They're aware there's already a player down. Trade outside. Yeah. Brute Monster, though, takes a lot of damage to get that trade through, and TMB, they might not be expecting him just yet.
Important kill from AVN. Refresh falling to Simka as well. And Christu going to be rotating in. They're not wise to him. Simka will find Christu, but Borup gets the trade. And we've got a flank coming through as well. They're going to make their way up towards A. Borup aware of it, but it doesn't matter. Zero Tenacity. They find that 5th that I mentioned before. It's kind of 7-5. It's not too disappointing for either. The CTs, they've got the lead. Zero Tenacity finding 5. It's kind of what you really would expect. So nice important round there, though, from Zero Tenacity to kind of keep them in the question.
Yeah, still certainly a lot of question marks around this game. Still no favourite, if I'm being honest. I don't think there's anyone really sort of who's got that one-up on the other side yet. I think this pistol round could certainly answer a few questions, though. If Zero Tenacity win this thread, I mean, right back in the game, but you look at it on the other side of things, if ex-Preasy take it, they can try to extend their lead, try to get closer and closer to that 13.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, and with what Zero Tenacity are prepping for. They're ready for ramp. Yeah, bomb site completely open. Brute Monster at range with that USP. We'll find Christu.
Yeah, both teams wanted to fight outside, even with these weaker weapons, even with these Glocks. Wanted to rival the USPs. There is obviously a P250 in play, that now being dropped over to Nico.
Borrowed 1 HP.
Absolutely. Oh, he actually gets the kill onto Brute Monster.
Yeah, Dink with the USP. Never like to see it, but that's the
look how low some of these players are. These Julies, Fred, could be devastating.
They're pushing through, and Simka's been spotted, and Refresh brilliant. Climbs down the ladder, finds AVN, aware of the player in hut as well, and Simka, I don't think he knows that Refresh is ready. It's now a 2 versus 4. We mentioned the low HP players, but doesn't really matter. And Refresh so ready for Namana. 2 flashes coming through. Big round from Kyofo. Will connect the bullets eventually. Bomb goes down. Namana still biting and kind of being a little bit of an annoying factor here, but will climb up the vents. Kyofo's been dinked. And Zero Tenacity not really with many chances to win this pistol now.
Refresh, the only player who's full HP. He's not really even given the chance. Nico does take Kyofo down, and Preasy do find their 8th.
Brilliant pistol from Refresh though. Having that kind of discipline to not only allow the first to lead, but finding AVN, and it's just so ready. I don't think Simka was too prepared for Refresh there, but...
I mean, 2 bullets, 2 kills, really clean stuff from Refresh. And we mentioned sort of a player like him who has had the experience, who has been around for a long time in this Danish scene, had his chance at tier 1. We need him to be a bit more of a leader, and we've seen it a couple of times from players like TMB just very much leading by example.
Nico taking a fair bit of damage towards outside. It is just this eco here. Brute Monster can opt for the glass cannon, Charlie, in the next, but will we see it? Are Zero Tenacity already in that scenario where they're kind of having to take those risks?
I mean, we haven't really gotten to see any of their CT side yet, so I'd probably rather just see their normal CT side with sort of util like normal, rather than just seeing a glass cannon AWP, no armor, no util, nothing. Probably wouldn't like to see that. I can't imagine. Does 1 kill go the way? It does. Refresh does full.
Could find another. Low HP Christu, low HP TMB, but never mind. Christu will find the pick with the Mac.
I don't know. The glass cannon's an interesting question. I'd rather not see it, but I do love the risk sometimes. I mean, Brute Monster certainly is a player that is not does not shy away from those situations, and there you go. Like I said, doesn't shy away, and he does want it.
And this is something that I don't think ex-Preasy are going to be ready for. You know, very minimal kills on the pistol. Ooh, fast pop here towards Heart. Simka needs to be so cautious, but they line up, and AVN from the heavens finding Christu. Yes, we see Borup's nade come through, but it's a 4v2 already. The glass cannon's not been needed, and Simka maneuvering himself around close towards Heart. Refresh now 1v4, gone to a 1 versus 3. Still need to retrieve the bomb. Nade comes through but doesn't connect, and Refresh, we've seen him in clutches in the past, we've seen him in clutches in this series. Not gonna be an easy one though.
I don't even know if Brute Monster's AWP was sort of being made known of. I'll keep that quiet in the next round, but
Joffrey's been spotted.
Wally.
Brilliant.
Doesn't matter.
Incredible. Knows he needs to take the fight. He can't really back away because one shot will slow him down enough where things will just get too tough. So swings into the Molotov. Lovely A defense though. Couldn't really get much better.
Yeah, I still don't know if ex-Preasy are aware of the AWP of Brute Monster.
Yeah, they're not really going to be wise to it. There was no indication at all.
You can't imagine they will be aware of this AWP, and with this still full investment, it is the force buy. Maybe that could catch them off still. Luckily for Brute Monster, does have some armor behind it this time.
And there it is! The nade working magic there.
Yeah, just as the smoke was about to go to its original position, there comes the AWP, ringing out and taking Nico out of this one.
It looks as though with the remaining players in lobby and TMB taking a lot of damage on top of main, it might just have to be a playthrough A. Brute Monster currently towards heaven, so will be that quick rotation, and as the mollies come through, somewhat evident that A is the goal. Ooh, you got yourself down vent, but not ready for AVN. He spotted out Christu as well. We'll just back away, drops the nade, gonna deal some damage, and if they swing, oh, AVN! He's getting himself out of that.
He's been such a nuisance and kept on chipping these players lower and lower. I mean, Christu's the healthiest player, 61 points of health.
Yeah, Namana So we've got TME to deal with outside, and does it with style, hits the headshot. Not required, but still guaranteeing that
Got to
kill.
boost the stats.
Yeah, definitely. Speaking of stats, Namana's not looking perfect. Currently the bottom performer in the whole server.
Still timing this game to bring that back. Borup, Chris do.
Oh, Kyofi's been able to find
does
one.
come through. Yeah, I don't think it should have even been the trade. It should have just been the frag onto Kyofo, and then maybe we can question that about that bomb plant, but taken away. And Zero Tenacity do win another, and they win that one pretty cleanly. Good looking round from them.
Yeah, and I think you have to credit AVN massively, not only delaying, keeping himself alive, being a real nuisance, allowing for these rotations, and obviously finding that final kill. Eco now out for ex-Preasy. Zero Tenacity set to find 8. And this final map, back and forth, pretty close. Zero Tenacity now on the favoured side, and so far so good.
Yeah, we aren't far away from talking about sort of this final stretch of this game, and Zero Tenacity have done really, really well to bring themselves back into this game, because ex-Preasy had a bit of a hefty lead going on. Zero Tenacity fell a couple too many times, but they're fully back here, and they're not far off leveling things up.
As expected, kills coming now through for Zero Tenacity. Nice one tap from Namana.
Just a firing range out here, AVN. Fall down a little low, but I can't imagine Borup's going to last much longer, and he's not. 5 alive again. Money is growing, Fred. Zero Tenacity are showing off their CT side.
Yeah, it's looking good so far. Brute Monster going to be able to bring out the next round regardless of outcome. So even if ex-Preasy are successful, they've got to do it dominantly, otherwise financial inadequacies can be seen. Zero Tenacity, they've got themselves in a really nice spot for this comeback.
Lots of outside util being used. Nico's going to be going behind it once again, while the rest of the team just remain in lobby. But Namana, with some serious speed, is already down here to the lower bomb site. Nico might actually be surprised by this.
Yeah, with the smoke drop towards front vent though. Oh, the vent's not even been opened. AVN, he's got all that information to give. Nico needs to be wary, needs to be ready, but it's Brute Monster to fall. I don't think Nico's ready for Namana though. Important trade. But now they're going to extend out towards A. They know the A bomb site is poorly defended. Simka on the back of the bomb site, needing to find picks, but it is Borup to eliminate. A 2 versus 2. Both defenders off the bomb site. One only making its way up ramp now. But Kyofo deep towards lobby. Can do so much work. And Namana making noise, keeping the attention of Refresh away. And Kyofo's not even checked the back of the bomb site. Finally spots it. We'll take him down. And surely now aware that Borup is towards vents. He's been spotted. Molotov to come through. We could see a stick of the bomb. We've got a smoke in play and a kit. And the stick comes through now.
It's not good enough. The spam doesn't connect. The bomb gets defused, and Borup will go down afterwards. Zero Tenacity, Fred. Another on the board. Borup had the chances, but he couldn't deny ZT leveling this game up.
Charlie, we have to ponder ex-Preasy when they've got these bomb downs, when players have fallen for Zero Tenacity, they've loved the force. Although the finance is not perfect, people sitting around that kind of 3.8k mark, a couple of players above 4, are they going to go for the force here? No, just the half buy.
I think they're starting to realise, okay, this game is very much on. Nice little run boost. Player spotted outside. Brute Monster, you can see he's not happy with that. He knew we were watching. He wanted that for the style points. Missed shot. The player is going down. What a fight from Nico. Namana goes down. Look at Fred, are you seeing this?
Pinpoint accuracy. He's so close to finding Brute Monster.
Talk about experience. He can close his eyes and he will still know where the players are going to be.
Yeah, and this is now going to be a little bit tough. Although they've got weaponry and utility, they're disadvantaged. They're definitely not going to feel comfortable here. TMB always spotted out one. If AVN falls, could be the round over. Nade coming through. AVN playing with fire here, repositioning, and TMB not ready for it. So back to a 4-on-4.
Good reposition, important. I mean, like you said, if AVN did fall, that's another weapon that can be retrieved. That's when you do become very overwhelming with all these pistols. Oh, Christu tried to catch a timing through that Molotov, but Kyofo's off angle was one that was very strong. AVN got a freebie here onto Nico, and I think this round will just peter out.
Still though, if Borup can find a pick here, limit the finances, try and make things a little bit awkward for Zero Tenacity, that's the main goal. I think Zero Tenacity, they're going to deny any chances of that. Brute Monster, oh, he was holding towards Hut. Simkin just jiggling towards Squeaky. Refresh might attempt a bomb plant, but not going to be easy. Needs to deal with Simka first. Smoke towards second vent, and Borup falling as well. AK can be retrieved. 4 survivors. We've got 4 players all around that kind of 8.5, 9k mark on the side of Zero Tenacity. And Preasy, they're now trailing. Zero Tenacity only 3 rounds away from closing out this series.
Financially, Zero Tenacity are in a really good spot. Ex-Preasy obviously just a partial investment, so they can buy. We've got the AWP on Christu. Everyone's pretty much got all they want. Christu lacking a little bit of util, but that certainly can't be a reason to justify losing this round, and they have to start winning it because ZT have been on quite a string of their own.
Yeah, Nico once again loving these aggressive pushes. He's already got towards Secret. Oh, boost over Namana. Lucky to be alive. A well-positioned nade can take him down. TMB just holding the smoke. Namana, oh, he's been spotted. Could be eliminated here. And TMB finds opener going the way of ex-Preasy. We've already got a player down towards Secret. Refresh. Oh, timing not perfect, but still finds the pick. Not gone for the trade yet either. AVN. Surely that was heard? No. Picks up the utility. Or the kit, I believe, but
Will eventually get that trade, but still disadvantage for Zero Tenacity. They have won 5 rounds in a row. Can Preasy finally break it?
yeah, Brute Monster was playing towards Vent, and it was a really good position. Just hold towards Secret. Ooh, AVN spotted one. I think he's seen that it's a bomb as well. TMB towards Credit. AVN needs to be ready for it, although not 100%. Quick readjustment, we'll find. And now they look to take some control towards Lobby. It's a 3-on-3 here, Charlie. AVN makes his way down. Spots one on the cross, but forced back up.
Timing could have been good. Another molly thrown down. Or we'll get this bomb down. Just do so much patience and does take down Kyofo.
They're going to be aware.
The time limit now. Zero Tenacity are like, we know where he is. Let's take this fight now. Ooh.
Backed away. Brute Monster needs to be cautious, but Nico will eliminate. And with 3 survivors, ex-Preasy, the finances looking strong. We are going to be seeing an investment from Zero Tenacity here. I think if we saw Brute Monster stay down towards lower towards Secret, I think it would have been perfect. A little worried about kind of a fast A hit and didn't want to be trapped on the lower side, but I think sometimes you can't really leave Secret open, especially when you know that the bomb's down there.
I mean, Zero Tenacity's money has been drained quite quickly. Few players do still have something in the reserve, but not a lot at all.
Yeah, Simka taking a bit of a risk here. Needs to find Refresh, will do so successfully, and now Kyofo's pushing. All eyes towards Simka. And that's the AWP eliminated. Kyofo does a good job. It's a 5-on-3. There's no real need for Zero Tenacity to stick around here. And now eventually they will retreat. 2-man advantage. Brute Monster posted up with the AWP. And Zero Tenacity, they've set themselves up nicely here in round 21. Namana in a great position as it looks as though Nico and TMB are going to be crossing. Nico, not even ready for it. Back turn.
TMB is holding, but it's not exactly a favourite fight for anyone. Namana comes out on top, and Borup in the 1 versus 5.
Yeah, could find Brute Monsters. I believe he's holding towards the right-hand side. Oh, Borup opts against it. Gonna be heading up.
Brute Monster see part of him because he seemed a bit aware, not by the looks of things. The fact he isn't moving at all.
Borup needs to find Simka. Only real chances, but there's so many angles to clear. Not ready for the off angle of Simka. And speaking about a perfect round, no casualties for Zero Tenacity. And finances for ex-Preasy. I think they're just going to have to invest in Borat, potentially just playing with a Mac or a Galil, no utility.
I mean, Fred, this could be it then.
Potential final real gun round.
They are obviously still on full loss bonus. We had 5 in a row from Zero Tenacity before ex-Preasy won their first. And CT obviously just got that one back on the board. So it is still full loss bonus. So a bomb plant will still allow a buy. But, I mean, there could certainly be difficulties depending on this one.
Yeah, Nico once again just getting really aggressive here towards outside. Namana not hearing the steps, neither the smoke. Oh, I don't know if Namana spotted one towards lobby there, but we're very fast down towards Secret. Beating Nico. But the util lineups here might just be an A play though.
Kyofo, is he going to be aware of these ramp plays being so close? Brute Monster's so close to rotating in, he does. Takes down the first. Kyofo's still nearby, hasn't backed away completely.
Namana takes a risk pushing through the smoke, finding Nico. Simka eliminating Refresh. And once again, ex-Preasy, they've gone for that kind of approach of, let's take a bit of a risk. I'm going to push down Secret. Refresh looking for a pick towards A, and it can be perfect. If you're the ones finding the kills, it's the round all said and done. But look, we're in a 5 versus 2 now. Namana's gained that information. Kyofo's already down here towards Dark. Although dying, Namana gets the trade, and it's a 1v4 for Borup. And he can't find the first. It's 12 to 10 here, Charlie. The finances, the most on anyone is Christy with 4.2. Zero Tenacity. They've got 2 opportunities now to close out the series. They solidified themselves a spot in overtime.
I mean, the way that they've been playing in the second half, you have to remember, Fred, ex-Preasy won the pistol in the round that came after. They've only won 1 full buy this half on their T side. They've really struggled up against Zero Tenacity's weapons. Brute Monster on the orb, the rest of the guys on the rifles, they've really struggled to break into any bomb site. They have to now. No second chances. 1 more round loss, it's done. You lose your opening match here.
I think the real devastating thing to mention is the way this series started. Kind of our thoughts and feelings is if ex-Preasy take map 1, Inferno should go their way.
Yeah, we seem pretty confident about that as well.
And it was kind of the same thing we mentioned about the Mouse game, but yet that one came through. We saw success on Vertigo, we saw that 2-0, yet here, not really worked all too well. Brute Monster could find the first kill of the round and does just that. TMB falling, gonna send the nade in the smoke. Namana gonna do the same as well. But already, half HP on Borup, they've lost alive. Christu tagged, and it's all gone wrong for ex-Preasy. Only 3 survivors. Namana somewhat hungry to find a pick. Flash is brilliant, will eliminate. And the swing, the refrag from AVN is brilliant. Refresh, you're on your own. 1 versus 4. This is for survival. Kyofo seems aware. Refresh has been spotted, and Kyofo just going to back away. Brute Monster holding with the orb. AVN ready for a locker's peak, and there's no need for anyone to push it.
Yeah, surely done. They don't even need to give anything up to Refresh, but looks like there are a few gunfights that he could be taking here. AVN, the first task. Just staying tucked, taking damage. Oh, Kyofo from the heavens drops down and takes him out. Zero Tenacity, Fred. Complete the reverse sweep in this best of 3. And what a game it's been.
Yeah, absolutely incredible comeback. Not only losing their kind of map pick in a way that they could have won it in just the most dominant Inferno I've seen in quite some time from a team that seemed completely lost. It seemed as though, Zero Tenacity didn't have the chance to take Inferno, and then when it got to nuke, when it really mattered, they came back into it. We saw that 5-round streak on the CT side. We saw everyone stepping up for Zero Tenacity, everyone having their moments, and they take the series. They somehow complete the reverse sweep where it seemed impossible against a side that have played at the top level. We've got Refresh in the server. This is a player who's kind of had those crazy moments at the highest level, yet when playing against Zero Tenacity, potentially not having the moments, not having those really impactful rounds. But congrats to Zero Tenacity. I'll be honest, Charlie, they deserved the victory. Map 1 was pretty close. They could have taken it. Obviously, map 2, just absolute dominance. And Nuke, although a closer scoreline, Zero Tenacity looked brilliant on it.
I mean, don't forget, you've obviously got Borup from Astralis not too
exactly,
long ago as well. You've got a lot of very talented players on this server for both sides, but Zero Tenacity, I think the resilience to come back after such a real nail-biting loss, especially the way they lost on that final round as well. Very chaotic, very hectic on Anubis. And yet, coming back, and not just coming back to win Inferno, coming back to absolutely decimate ex-Preasy on their sort of home turf, on their map that we looked at, and we said, it's a guarantee. Sort of along those lines we looked at it. And, I mean, to bring it on Nuke, to go down 0-4, 0-5, something like this, to have a fine half, then lose the pistol again, and it's like everything felt like it was against Zero Tenacity there, but as soon as they got on their full buys, as soon as they had their game plan ready, I mean, they were just one step ahead. They deserved the win. Really impressive stuff from them, and, I mean, thoroughly deserve to go 1-0 up here.
Yeah, obviously exciting games that we got to see today. The Swiss stage has commenced, and we've kind of seen every team's first matches. But obviously that's kind of the level that you can expect at the CCT. Crazy comebacks. We see these dominant victories. We see these big players, these big names. So if you guys are enjoying this CCT Swiss stage, make sure you guys do stay tuned. But that has been it from us tonight. Hope you guys all enjoyed, and we'll see you soon with plenty more Counter-Strike action.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.